Echo, Clawley, apologize. James, one more Blue Spire, Link, and I Fry. Thanks for being here at the top of the stream, my dudes. How are you? On this fine Thursday afternoon. Oh, hey, there's Wolfgang. What's up, my man? Alexa, stop. Alexa, shut off. I don't know why it's trying to talk to me. Alexa, why are you glowing?
The flashing green light means you're on or receiving a call or drop in connection. To answer the call, you can say answer or ignore. The flashing yellow light means you have a new notification. To check, you can say, what are my notifications?
Alexa, clear all notifications.
Delete all your notifications, right?
Yes.
Okay, deleted your notifications.
It's sitting there like flashing lights at me, and I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm like, Alexa, you're my stream. I'm Tony Stark, and you're my Jarvis. You're my Friday. Okay? You can't just be sitting here being like, I need attention. I need attention. Tap, poke, poke, poke. I need attention. Give me attention. Don't be so needy. Anyway, Yolk, how's it going? Eric, what's up, my dude? How's it going? You know, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. I watched James last night. We were talking and hanging out in Discord. A couple of you guys dropped in and said hi. I think I fell asleep on him though. You 100% did? I forced disconnected you after a bit? Well, thanks for respecting my privacy. I have 50,000 Nimnoms today. Dude, that's wild. How was your sleep though? I don't know. It's getting hot and humid here in the Midwest, and whenever it gets hot and humid in the Midwest, then Echo Company with a 500-bit tip says, I can't believe I missed the totem pop last night. I mean, it was pre-stream. I was, like, girlfriend had walked into the room as I was jumping off the drown farm, and I was distracted. And it's not her fault, but I was just distracted for half a moment, and I forgot to pull up. You know how in, like, every action movie or every plane movie, there's a pull up scene? I didn't pull up, Charo. I didn't pull up. I just nosedived straight into the ground. Echo Company, but thank you for the 500-bit tip. My dude! You're a legend. I'm sending out, I've got like an email I need to respond to, and I'm typing out a response, and then we're gonna get started with the stream. What happened in the levels? You're going backwards? I crafted up a trident last night, so that way we could play with it. Chat room. Chain. I finished up the Cactus XP farm, by the way. Hopefully the bamboo can keep up. Did you do the math on the rates, or are you just like YOLO? All right. We're loading. Okay, it's fine. We resume our world. My inventory is a disaster, but it's fine. Did you build any intelligence into it, James? Or did you just go like all out? Are you just like, hopefully it works? Man, I'm caffeine sensitive and I had an energy drink on an empty stomach. Ooh, buddy, chat room. I can feel the jitters. Also, caffeine, it's a hell of a drug. This stream sponsored by caffeine. Just YOLO. It's super dumb. It's probably gonna break. YOLO and super dumb. Yep. I think that that's a fair. I'm gonna preemptively hydrate to calm my racing heart. Wham, dwam, dwam, dwam. I mean, adding the intelligence to this thing is not hard. If I'm being honest. Can't wait for the Tuesday 116 stream. I'm so hyped. Give it to me now. No, actually, don't give it to me now. I don't want to play in the snapshots. Give it to me Tuesday. Can you walk me through your intelligence thing? Sure! I'll teach you how to make self-aware machinery in Minecraft so that way it may one day rise up and overthrow humanity. Yeah, sure. Sounds like a great time. Okay. So, we want... The first thing that we need to address, and this is what we're going to be working on today. We're going to actually apply what we do here. Tuesday, I'm pretty sure Minecraft 116 release date. Check it. Right there. The Nether update has a date. is launching June 23rd on Xbox, PlayStation, iOS, Android, Windows 10, and more. And the 23rd is Tuesday. Sick. Okay, anyway, our intelligence. So we first need to address what the problem is. And that's when we are smelting a full stack of whatever it is that we're smelting. Worst case scenario is we have a full stack. The rates are so high that we produced a full stack of items to smelt, which is also a best case scenario, depending on how you know, 6 one way, half a dozen another. A full stack of items will require 4 stacks of bamboo. Okay. So what we've done is we have a comparator watching the inventory state of the hopper, not the furnace. So by watching the hopper that feeds the fuel into the furnace, we're able to isolate how much fuel we have, because that's the only thing that could ever be in this hopper, where there's a lot of things that could be in the furnace. You have a fuel, a 2 smelt, and a completed smelt, which then makes the detection of that very convoluted. So we're watching the hopper that feeds the furnace. So the only time that the hopper can be full of items is when the furnace is also full of items. Because if the furnace had room, the hopper would empty itself into the furnace. Easy enough. Then we say, okay, when the hopper has items in it, and I'm going to come back to more of the intelligence in a moment. When the hopper has items in it, it will power this comparator, which shuts off this torch, shutting off this redstone, off this repeater, which then unpowers this hopper and allows that hopper to put a smeltable item, so cactus, into our furnace. So we're basically saying if the furnace is completely full, then there will be items in the hopper, and if there are items in the hopper, then we must have enough fuel. Go ahead and add something to be smelted to the furnace. But the problem with that would be with no intelligence, well, with only that mild intelligence, it's possible to then get a full stack of items into the furnace, which would then require 4 stacks of bamboo. So we might get into a state where we have 64 items here and we run out of fuel. And so then, because bamboo only smelts 1/4 at a time, it would be in that state where it wastes bamboo over and over, never smelting anything. So then we add a comparator in to the side of that into the first comparator. So what we're saying is we're subtracting, I believe that this is signal strength 12. So I can't talk. Caffeine, dude. One hell of a drug. We're subtracting 12, which is the state that we've put this dropper in. We're subtracting 12 from the hopper output. So the hopper's comparator can only turn on when the hopper is more than 13/15 full. So it'd be greater than 13/15, which is, I don't know, whatever. Alexa, what's 1 divided by 15?
1 divided by 15 is 0.0667.
So 6.66%. Makes sense? So it can only turn on when the number of items in this hopper are higher than equal to or higher. That's actually equal to or greater than 13/15. So that way we can hold 4 stacks of bamboo in this area. And that way, even if we get a full stack of smeltable items in the furnace, we're guaranteed to have the fuel reserves to smelt a full stack of items. And then, once we fall below that 13/15 threshold, the hopper up here will freeze. So this hopper here will freeze because it's got this redstone powering it, shutting the system off, and the system won't turn back on until we're equal to or greater than 13/15 again. Lastly, we need a way of pulling the experience out of the furnace. So here's the example. By flipping this lever, I am opening up that system so that way it forces logs into this area. And now I can pull out the charcoal, redeem the experience, and then I can pause it again. And by doing it this way, we're guaranteed, and which is why I made it 13/15 and not like 11/15, because that's really all we needed to maintain 4 stacks. But I actually wanted to maintain 5 stacks, so that way the player always has enough fuel reserves, even when it's saying on empty. Even when the farm's intelligence is saying it's empty, there's enough fuel reserves for the player to manually interact with it and still pull out the experience. And so that's what this last system does. So you have a redstone dust here, and this will be a cross in 116 that powers the bottom hopper, and that bottom hopper is going to feed to a smart dispenser, right? So you have a bottom hopper that feeds to a smart dispenser to destroy the smelted item, and then that redstone will power this block, powers a repeater, powers a block, powers a redstone, powers a block. This is just like this is redstone saving blocks. These didn't need to be blocks, but I'm just cutting down the total amount of redstone in the world. Anyway, so we basically take that signal and bring it around to here, power this at a signal strength of 15, so that way this comparator is always being subtracted. So this comparator here, so hopper, so I'm going to call this the hopper comparator, so HC, will not turn on unless its signal is equal to or greater than 13/15, right? This comparator is the sub comparator, so it's the subtraction comparator. So this minus is, is minus 12/15, which is how the hopper comparator must turn on at 13, because this one subtracts 12. But then this one's in subtract mode, so whenever we put a redstone signal strength of 15 into the side of it, the sub comparator, the subtract comparator, becomes a minus 0/15, which then says the hopper comparator then can turn on at signal strength of equal to or greater than 1/15. So basically when we turn on that lever, this comparator goes from being requiring a 13/15 string signal to only requiring a 1/15 signal, which allows us to then pull those fuel reserves and thus pull out the experience that we want. And that's how it works. Ow. Well, that's a problem. We saw it happen. Where's he going? Clearly, he thinks he can get... So he's clearly pathing. This is actually great. I believe he thinks that he can get to the egg from outside somewhere. Why does he think that? Why does he think that he can get to the egg from the outside and not the inside? I don't know. Oh, I know. I was gonna put the charcoal up. Anyway, so that's the system that we got built. That's like the intelligence that we figured out last stream. I don't have any more rockets in there. That kind of feels bad. Maybe raise the egg higher? Would raising the height of the egg actually... Like, what are we attempting to do by raising the height of the egg by 1? He can't walk through because he's stuck on the... That was funny. I mean, yeah, I understand that it's just a guess, I guess. I just don't, he's not seeing it as if it's something that he can path to from the inside. Like, is it something that, like... Is it something that we need more height for him to be able to get to it? Let's try that. That couldn't have been a better demonstration of the problem, though. Imagine if mobs could crouch. Yes, let's make intelligent mobs. That sounds like a great idea. Alright, so the next thing that we need to do is we need to chill for a minute. Actually, it might be up to a maximum of however long this timer has. Oh, hey, we're almost at the duration that I need to be... Okay, I gotta get into position. Okay, this should be good. So what we're looking for is I need to see how much bamboo we produce out of the bamboo farm on average. Okay, so one harvest. Does anybody know how to calculate the duration of an Etho hopper clock? Up garbage. So I picked up 22 in the first 5-minute period. Does that make sense? So then I need to figure out what the timer of this hopper clock is. Did you see the beautiful conspiracy meme? What beautiful conspiracy meme? One tick is 0.1 seconds. Yeah, but that's not how it works. It's moving 2.5 items per second. So wouldn't it be like the number of items divided by 2.5, and then take that number and double it because it only triggers after a full session, and then add 1 second because of the piston actuation. Actually, the piston actuation is way faster than that. It's like add 1/4 second. Hopper timer calculator. One more blue. Are you a legend? You might be a legend. Oi! Oi! Stop! Be gone with you, thought! Okay. Settings. I have... it would be 64. So it's 3 stacks plus 54, right? Alexa, 64 times 3 plus 54.
64 times 3 plus 54 is 246.
246. How do we figure out where do we get to put in 246? Here, let's put in like 3 minutes and see. Okay, so actually that worked. So it tells me here, so we're gonna have to do like trial and error. What was the number it just said? I totally forgot. 64 times 3 plus 54. I forgot what the number Alexa just told me was. Am I actually dumb? Could you not? We gotta light up that river. 246? Okay. No, I'm gonna miss it. Okay, we got 22 from the first one. Dude, did we really get exactly perfect results? Did we really get exactly 22 twice? Well, I'm gonna say that this is setting up to be the easiest average, like, of forever. Like, that is some consistency. Okay, anyway. 246, 246. Okay, so we need to get 246. Okay, right there. So 246. And there it is. 3 stacks plus 54 items. Chat room, you're so smart. So it's a 3 minute and 16 second window. Right? So we're getting 22. We're getting 22. We're getting 22 bamboo every 3 minutes and 16 seconds. So the question then becomes, how many cactus do we place down that will provide us with cactus every... So it's... How many cactus do I need to place down? Like, how big does our cactus farm need to be to take advantage of 22 bamboo every 3 minutes and 16 seconds? 3 min 16 seconds equals 22 bamboo. Check the general to see the conspiracy meme. That's incredible. I love it so much. Who made this? Uskal, that's incredible. Oh, that's so good. I like the angry eye. Dude, can I tweet this, please? Can I save this and then tweet it? Please? This is amazing. Okay. Oh, jeez. Let me go to the Twitter. Oh, God. Hang on. The desktop. What did it get saved as? 2 on my desktop. Okay. I need a good line to go with it. Or do we just let the image speak for itself? I'll just say, like, I'm convinced the Aether is coming. And then here. The Aether is coming and you can't convince me otherwise. With the 1 thrown in there. Yeah? Image, credit. Uskal? Or do you care, Uskal? Oh man, that's amazing. Oh fuck, that's good. Okay. Oh god, is that good? Is that a good tweet? I made a tweet, chat room. Oh hey, we got more bamboo. Perfect. Okay, our consistency got off a little bit. We went 22, 22 into 16, which pulls our average down a bit. Which is still like 20 on average. Okay, we'll give it another minute. So there's a question. Do I need to change the cheer settings? Like, should it be like 100 cheer to show up on stream, but you could do any amount in chat? Did I mess up? How do I fix that? So it's got to be a Streamlabs thing. How do I? Here, let me go stand back in my hidey hole again for further testing. We're testing, chat room. Streamlabs. Oh god. Okay, it's gonna be below us. Out of curiosity, Streamlabs chat was broken. I want to click on something. It's definitely still broken. Nice. Alert box. Okay, here we go. We're gonna get some more bamboo bits. Okay. Dude, consistency! 22 again! That's wild. Okay. Bits enabled. Minimum bits to alert 100. Okay, so Streamlabs is already set up. So then it must be something inside of my Twitch settings. So let me go Twitch. Twitch. Okay, I was accidentally listening to my own stream. And so then I need to go to like probably some sort of like preferences. I don't know. Affiliate preferences. Minimum bits to cheer. Oh. Minimum bits to emote. Oh. Save. Okay. Refresh your stream and try again. I set the minimum bits to cheer as 10. But it's still not gonna, yeah, refresh your stream because I just saved it. But it won't show up on stream unless it's over 100. So, but it should still show up in chat. We must be at halfway through the cycle. Meow. I don't know where that Endermite went. Yeah, we're a little bit over halfway through the cycle. So what we need to do is we need to figure out, so 3 minutes and 16 seconds to get 22. Do we go about, I mean, do we say, what's 22 times 3 plus 16? Alexa, 22 times 3 plus 16 divided by 4.
22 times 3 plus 16 divided by 4 is 70.
That can't be right. Okay. She probably did the correct order of operations. I need 22 times... Alexa, 22 times 3 plus 16.
22 times 3 plus 16 is 82.
Okay. Alexa, 82 divided by 4.
82 divided by 4 is 20.5.
There we go. Our average is 20.5. Yeah, there you go. Dude, chat room. Chat room. So do we balance around getting 20 bamboo? So we need, if we balance around 20 bamboo, then remember that bamboo, it takes 4 bamboo to smelt a single item. So 20 bamboo is 5 items, right? So we need 5 cactus every 3 minutes and 16 seconds. We need 5 cactus, right? Oh, I missed a harvest. Maths? That's exactly why I got the Alexa, so I don't have to do it no more. So how do we figure out how much a cactus farm makes per cactus? Is this something where we go to like the cactus wiki? Is there even such a thing? Cactus wiki. Minecraft. Obtaining a cactus can be mined by hand, chest loot, usage, farming. I just heard the piston swap, which means we're halfway through the cycle. Cacti naturally go to a height of 3 blocks. Adding a block with a cactus has received 16 random ticks on average every 18 minutes. Oof. So is that how we're gonna have to calculate the rates? If it says on average every 18 minutes, and I realize that this is going to be a bell curve, but that bell curve is going to be a huge bell curve. Candy with the 15 bits. I wonder, so the problem that I'm actually getting now is like, whenever you guys are doing these small bit amounts, it's pushing all of my notifications. You will probably need to research random ticks. I don't need to research random ticks. Random ticks are a known thing in that the game is set to 3 random ticks. That's what all default random ticks are set to. So then the cactus, it says right here, the cactus needs to receive 16 random ticks, which puts it on an average of it'll grow once every 18 minutes. That, I mean, there's the end result. If we were to try to do the math ourselves, we would get a bell curve, and the tippy top of that bell curve, according to this, would be 18 minutes. There's no research that needs to be done, and we're about to get another harvest here. So the question would be, how many cactus do I need? I think we got another. Look at that consistency, dude. 22, 22, 22, 23, 16. This is some, I mean, we have an outlier, but these 4 harvests are wildly consistent. I wrote that before you said, oh, okay. So in 18 minutes to, on average, and this is also assuming that the cactus farm is lossless, which I don't know if cactus farms can be lossless. So how many cactus do we need? How many cactus do we need to result in 5 cactus every 3 minutes and 18 seconds? Considering that a cactus grows on average once every 18 minutes. So that would mean like 2 cactus grow every 9 minutes, which means that right? How do we do this math? Math stream? I need to figure out the math before I can start building. Oh, with a hopper minecart? Gross. Why a cactus farm? Because of this right here. When you smelt a cactus, cactus yields 1 whole experience. If you were to look up kelp, Minecraft, when you smelt kelp only produces 0.1 experience. So cactus is literally 10 times more efficient than kelp for producing experience in a furnace experience farm. Which farm layout? James and I were looking at some last night, and I think we're gonna go with, I have to show you. It basically uses fences, end rods, and cobblestone walls. If you know which one that was based on, that's the one we're gonna be doing. 6 cacti equals 1 every 3 minutes. Could you support that with math? Like, how did you get that number? Okay, we got another harvest. So yeah, this is why it's cactus. This is why we want cactus, because it's an insane amount of experience. It's literally 10 times the experience of kelp. I mean, that was still pretty good. Look at that. Look at that consistency. 22, 22, 22, 23, 20, with an outlier of 16. Is it just dividing by 3? Like, I want 1 cactus every 3 minutes? So it's just 18 divided by 3 equals 6? Is that literally it? I mean, sure, I'll run with it. So then if we say 18 divided by 3 is 6, so you need 6 cactus in order to produce 1 cactus every 3 minutes, which is still in line with our 3 minutes and 16 seconds if we assume that there's a little bit of loss in the cactus farm. So 6 cactus every 3 minutes, but then that's assuming that it's not perfect rates, which should roughly equal 3 minutes and 16 seconds. I'm okay with that. So then we need to multiply 6 cactus by 5. So 6 cactus equals 1 cactus every roughly 3 minutes, right? So then to take to then expand from that, 6 cactus, so it'd be 6C multiplied by, we need, it'd be X, 6 cactus multiplied by X minutes, or no. Yeah, it'd just be X. 6C multiplied by X to result in 5 cactus per 3 minutes. And so to figure that out, it'd just be 30. So you just take 6 times 5, and that gives you 30 cactus total. Right? I think it does. I want to see what... Okay. I'm going to say, these rates look pretty consistent here. 16, 22, 22, 19, 22, 20, 23. So this is clearly slightly above 20 on average. By shifting those numbers around, we clearly have slightly above 20. Echo, thanks for the 20 bits. All right. So then 30 cactus is what we want. So now we need to build ourselves a 30 cactus farm. Somewhere around this room. Probably up. Oi! Oi! Lol. Yeah, run to the water. Scrub. We gotta do something about this because this is hurting my rates of the Darkroom mob farm. What happened to the drown that was over here? Oh, he must have died. Did I like Game of Thrones? Dude, I loved Game of Thrones. Up until the final 2 seasons. Like, season 1, good. Season 2, even better. Season 3 through, like, 5, with the exception of some of the stuff around the Sand Snakes, were just, like, top-tier cinema. And actually, I would still say that, like, season 1 was top-tier cinema. Yeah, no. Season 1 through 5, with the exception of some of the Sand Snake stuff, was literally what peak television looks like. Season 6, still good. Not great. Still good. Season 7 and 8, no. We'll just pretend. It's almost like the 9th season of Scrubs. It was so bad. The season who shall not be named. Yeah, they can spawn. They have got a lot of spawning space over here, which is the problem. We might just have to fill in the river. Or we could just like glowstone the crap out of it. I don't know. Okay, so now we know that we need a 30 cactus farm that feeds into a 30 cactus farm that feeds into our smart furnace experience farm. So what's the layout for a 30 cactus farm? Or 30, would it be better to say like a 30 cell cactus farm? How would you better define that? Wouldn't it have been better if John called for trial by combat with Grey Worm? Regarding what? Trial by combat? In regards to Danny's death? Nah, dude, Danny definitely needed to die. So the problem that I have, and like the books are probably going to also kill Danny. The problem is that Danny's descent into madness was so short-lived. Like it was like an afterthought. Like, yeah, there's some stuff where I was like, ooh, girl, chill. Like where she murdered all the slavers in Slaver's Bay. That's a little bit extreme. But like everybody looked at it and they were like, it's all right. They're bad people. You can do bad things to bad people. Kind of forgetting that like that's still a human being, and like an eye for an eye only leaves the world blind, as that old expression goes. So everybody kind of overlooked it. So Danny definitely had some like hints of the Mad King's madness inside of her. But they should have played that up more and more as the stress of war got to her. And not just tacked it on like an afterthought whenever she sacked King's Landing. Which would then justify John murdering her. That scene would have been much more rewarding. Still heartbreaking. And like it still would have been like, all of those people that named their child Daenerys. Dumbass. But that scene would have been way more rewarding and understandable if they had correctly communicated Danny's descent. Spoilers, by the way, on a show that ended like 3 years ago. Okay, not 3 years ago, but still. More than that, John coming back at the end of... Dude, turn up for what with the 200-bit tip? Are you stoked for Tuesday? So stoked! I need a cactus farm. I'm just running in circles. John coming back just to what? Murder Danny? That feels like a really weird payoff. The whole theory of like Azor Ahai and the Prince of His Promised and the whole prophecy regarding who will be the one to stop the Long Night. It could have been John. It could have been Danny. But in no world was that Arya Stark. So like, John should have killed the Night King. John should have killed Danny. I'm totally fine with Bran becoming the next leader of the Seven Kingdoms, though. That's fine. So it's just, yeah, it's just, they should have set it all up better, but it feels like they rushed it. There was so much rushed content. And it's just like, that's the issue that I have. Is all the narratives that they set up could have been okay, with the exception of John, and like, well, with the exception of Arya versus the Night King. But everything else could have worked had they paced it a little slower and set it up better. So like Dany's descent into madness would have been perfectly fine, and it would have perfectly suited the narrative of don't be your father, don't be your father, don't be your father, I'm resisting, I'm resisting, I'm resisting. And then when her morals are finally tested and pushed to the limit, it shows that she's no different from her father. That's fine. That would be a perfectly fine narrative. But they needed to set it up better. Anyway. And then like Arya and the Night King. That's the only other super unsatisfying thing. Everything else could have worked had they just taken a little bit of time. They rushed it. They rushed it. Okay, so anyway, Cactus Experience Farm. That's what we're looking at. Any cats yet? No cats. Yo, will somebody throw me some hydrates real quick? I'm thirsty. Yeah. Thanks, Tail. So this room here is where we want to put the Cactus Experience Farm. So how do we want to interact with it? Do we want it to be a room? Do we want there to be storage in this room? What is this? What am I looking at? Okay, so this is the back of the tree farms, sorta. So there's basically zero space on this side. And it's possible that I could like sneak something in through here, through the middle of it. But then we start to run into problems of like overlapping redstone. The back should be totally open. And this side is open for at least a few blocks. Dude, Echo Company with another 100-bit tip. Not enough points, so here, hydrate. Okay, yeah, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll add echoes in there to make it 5. All right, so maybe now the next step is a separate iron farm, right single cell on the other side of the base, if you need the iron, that is. I don't think we need the iron. I mean, I have a huge store of it already, right? So each light represents a double chest. And then I have a shulker, and then you think that there's a bunch of hoppers to make this whole system work. So we have 4 double chests of iron, I would say is a fair representation there. So, and even then, you can hear, like as I walk by, we're still getting plenty of iron golems. Plenty of iron golems. We're getting an iron golem like every 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So if you divide, 60 by 3.5, or excuse me, 60 divided by, would that be 60 by 3.5? We're still getting good enough rates. That's what my point is. All right, so the only spot, this is pretty clear. So the only spot that we're gonna have room to put the experience. The experience farm will be on this back wall. So let's go ahead and do that. So a stackish an hour? And that, see, that's not even true I believe those numbers. But that's not even truly representative because they're panicked villagers. And panicked villagers produce iron golems even faster than that. But, oh, I had a furnace. God! Let me tell you how difficult it is being this dumb, chat room. My life is so hard because I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb, I pour in my milk before I add in my cereal. That's how dumb I am. God, I had stairs on me too! That looks ugly as sin, dude. Can I go Riptide fly around real quick? That was my opening question for most chicks on Tinder. Wait. What is it? What is it? I'll send it to like a friend and see what they say. Sorry, no first unfollowed, blocked, reported. I don't blame you. I would unfollow, block, and report me too. That look a little bit better. There's a little bit of color, a little bit of depth. Bowl first, you're all wrong. You got that big brain, buddy. Hey, a serious question here. Do you go milk first or cereal first? And how often did that work for you, Turnip? Did that actually result in like a response that led to a conversation into a coffee date? Or a coffee date? If you know what I'm saying. I need a lever. Let's check my inventory first because I've already been dumb like 4 times. Lever. Just, I really only needed 1 lever. I don't know why I grabbed 2. Being dumb is hard. How do we feel about that? And then I could have some sort of storage that comes into like this area for the cactus. And then I could have, I don't know, maybe we put some kelp farm in this area because I definitely have vertical space here. So we have the ability to put, so we're gonna put like all of the intelligence for the furnace experience generator here on the back. And then I could just put like, say the cactus farm on top of the tree farm and then just pump that over. And then I could put like a, I don't know. We also have all of this space right here. So we could put a kelp farm in that space and then pump it into there. I'm a big fat poop. Hey, what's up? I'm a big fat poop. I'm a big fat idiot. IMO sending a gift as your first message is the way to go. Do you do that Tom Hanks waving gif? Where is it at? Is this the one? Tom Hanks waving? No, that's so overdone. I need to fill this space. Doesn't that just look bad? Brad Pitt tipping his cowboy hat. Ooh, lordy. It looks too flat. See, that's what I was thinking. I was trying to figure out, like, what block could I put in this space that would fix it. You can make it a real slow auto furnace where you can add items to a chest. It prefers over cacti. Nah. We've got a furnace array over here. And maybe this gets upgraded someday, but that day is not this day. Well, let's go get... Meow. Maybe a lantern up there instead? I mean, we could put a lantern in the center of the room somewhere. You always must have that into... Now, those must always be true. I mean, it has to be something up here that prevents us from seeing the hopper up top. I just don't know what. God, that looks even dumber. Screw it, make it all quartz. You know, we were talking about that the other night, is I could absolutely start making my base 100% quartz. Just to flex on people. We could build like an array, like a dozen masons. And then we could just start buying quartz in bulk. What do we get per trade? I hope it's like 18. Are you excited for the Nether update? Very much so. 12? I'll take it. Well, not great. It's not bad though. I was until the later snapshots. I feel like we're getting too much, but at the same time, not enough. Temper your expectations with getting too much by considering how light in content 115 was. So 1.15 really just fixed a bunch of bugs and then added bees. That's like all 1.15 was, is bees. So like, a large content patch in 1.16 is kind of nice to balance out how light 1.15 was. Piglins being given a backstory, not like a true backstory, but like some sort of like canonic lore in the game. So there's just a race of people that lives inside the Nether called Piglins, and then they can become zombified, and then blah 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 blah. Like, I think that's all very cool. Adding Hoglins and adding blah 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 blah. That's all great as well. Adding the ability to get wood and stone in the Nether, also very cool. Because it allows you to stay in the Nether for longer. And Hoglins, the same way, providing you with pork chops, allow you to stay in the Nether longer, which is, again, very cool. Piglins being able to barter is very cool, thus unlocking items to be infinitely renewable that wouldn't have otherwise been infinitely renewable. That's pretty great. Striders basically getting lava boats is pretty sick. The only thing that I'm concerned about is I think netherite was too soon. Or at least netherite armor was. I think that they could have added netherite, and then all of the things that netherite provides, so like netherite tools, netherite weapons, netherite blah blah blah, except for armor. I don't think they should have put netherite armor in the game yet. So what I would have done, if I was the developer for Minecraft, what I would have done is I would have made 1.16 plus or minus the exact same way. Because we called everything that you need, like everything that they needed to do to the Nether to update it, we called that like months ago. And those of you that were here at the time, you remember, because I was like, we need some sort of renewable food source in the Nether. And then like right after that, we got Hoglins that dropped pork chops. And I was like, boom, I got it. What else do we need in the Nether? We need some way of reliably farming wood. And then boom, we got warped forests, right? And it's like, called that too. What else do we need in the Nether? We need some way of getting new tools, which means that we likely need stone or some other ore. Probably stone into like flecked, and I called this. I was like flecked netherrack. So you could have, and I remember explicitly stating like regular ore is just dots. I don't have any stone. Regular ore, ignore my ore borders, is just dots on a regular stone. So then I was like, we should do the equivalent of that for netherrack. You should have regular netherrack, and then you should have netherrack that has dots in it for the ore. And we got literally that. I called that perfectly. I did say something like there should be like a quarry biome or something in the Nether where hopefully we could get iron. And I think that would have made the Nether a lot better. We got gold and we got stone. Those fit the Nether more thematically. I really would have liked to see a way of obtaining iron in the Nether, maybe through a bartering system. But I'm okay with what ended up happening, I think. So, anyway, now stepping back to netherite. Adding in a new end game goal is a good thing, I think. It increases the depth of the game, and it increases the replayability. And because of the challenges of the Nether, it creates a mining experience that is different than the traditional mining experience. So normally in the overworld, we all go branch mining until we just find the diamonds that we need and then we're done. But branch mining is not going to work in the Nether because it's going to be so rare. So we need to be inventive and we need to be creative in how we figure out how to find the new netherite, ancient debris, netherite ore. You can get iron from piglins? I didn't even know that! Are you sure? That, if you're telling me the truth, then I called everything. You can get iron nuggets from piglins. I called that, dude. I called that, dude. And conceptually, you could also take the iron boots, combine the iron boots, or excuse me, smelt the iron boots down into iron nuggets as well. Anyway, I would like to have seen the iron supply be a little bit more easy to access. But still, I'm good with it. So anyway, the obvious roadmap that you need to do to update the Nether, I mean, it was super obvious, and especially in hindsight, but we did call that before. Basically, whenever they announced 1.16 was a Nether update, we basically called everything that they needed to do. Yeah, so adding in netherite is a good thing. It provides a new end-game goal that requires a new set of skills to reliably achieve. While still being thematically similar, while still fitting the Minecraft universe. The problem that I have with netherite, at least netherite armor, is it's too strong. It's way too strong. Once we get full netherite, it's insane how much damage that higher armor toughness will prevent. So what I would have done, is I would have put netherite in the game, the exact same, and then I would have, you know, what is it, the blacksmith table? Whatever the hell, how you combine netherite into your golds, or into your diamond stuff to make a netherite gear. Make that all the same. But don't allow that system to work for gold, or excuse me, for diamond. Don't add netherite armor. Netherite pickaxe, netherite axe, netherite shovel, netherite sword. Yeah, go for it. Add that new level. And whenever they get called on it, be super dismissive. Be super dismissive by saying, like, Minecraft blacksmiths haven't figured out how to infuse armor with netherite yet. Just be dismissive, right? And then, once the Aether releases, or whatever version of the Aether comes out, Sorry, girlfriend started messaging me all of a sudden and it distracted me. And then when the Aether comes out, that's when you implement netherite armor. In my opinion, that would have been the correct roadmap. Or maybe you add something. Thanks for the, I see the hydrate. Maybe you implement netherite armor the patch before. So as we've previously discussed, 116 is going to be the nether. It's very likely that 117 will be snowier snow and mountains. 118 will likely be caves and swamps. Which leaves 119 completely open. In the 118 patch, so if we assume that 119 is the earliest spot for the Aether to release, which it makes sense. So Mojang there's a tweet out there that says that they're trying to release a major patch every 6 months, which is cool. So that's 2 major patches a year. So here, we're at the end of Q2 and at the beginning of Q3. So we're exactly halfway through the year and we're getting the nether. Yeah? Well, if they're really aiming for one major patch every 6 months, what is 6 months from now? Christmas. Well, Christmas and winter, wouldn't it make perfect sense for 117 to be snowier snow and mountains right at, late December? Makes sense to me. Caves and swamps is another one that they put out. So if you remember the Minecraft poll that they made, I don't know, last Minecon, they were like, what do you want in the game? Do you want snowier snow, caves, or something else? I don't remember what it was. So caves and swamps, that's why that's on the list. Because we know it's on their roadmap. We just don't know where it is in their roadmap. That's true. There is also a combat update sprinkled in there. So maybe 119 is the combat update. Anyway, let's look at the time frame here. So we're getting the nether right at the end of Q2, beginning of Q3. So exactly halfway through the year. July 1st is basically the halfway mark of a year. And we're getting this a week before July 1st. So basically the halfway point. It makes perfect sense for the snowier snow and mountains to come out late December. The Aether dev was hired mid-January. Okay. What would be the expected turnaround time for the Aether dev to build his mod in the, actually inside of the Minecraft engine? Not as a mod, but actually directly in the game. And then, not just reuse his own IP, to elevate it and change it, right? I think that we could all agree that, a 2-year development time for a new dimension would make sense. So if we say a 2-year dev time, okay, and he was hired mid-January of 2020. We should have included that. Aether dev hired mid-January of 2020. So then we should expect with a 2-year development time, late 2021 to early 2022. It would be the earliest that we could see the Aether, right? Well, if we then start to mark these out, so if we say 116 is mid 2020. 117 is late 2020. 118 will be mid 2021. And then 119 would be late 2021/early 2022, which is a 2-year development time for the Aether. It fits, dude. It fits so nicely. Yeah, the Aether is a mod. So I can show you real quick. So we're getting a little off the rails today, but that's fine. Aether mod. Okay. The Aether is a mod that was made way back in Minecraft 1.12 that added a new dimension. So if the Nether is kind of representative of a hell dimension, the Aether was to be representative of a heaven dimension. It was kind of like a Greek heaven dimension. Just looking for some images of what the Aether was like. Okay, so, and this isn't just, it is speculation, but I have heavy reasoning here. I'm gonna try to go through it as quickly as possible. Chat room, I might miss some stuff. And this is arguably the most famous dimension mod ever in Minecraft. So I'm gonna try to go through the reasons why we strongly believe that this is going to be added to Minecraft. Okay, so the first one is netherite armor. Netherite armor is way too strong for where we are in the game. It's just way too strong. Let's just see. Right armor. Let's see. Does he have a screenshot? Cool. Open image and tab. I don't care about anything else. Okay. The netherite armor is way too strong for what we have in the game currently. There's nothing that justifies this much defenses. For even amateur players that like really struggle with combat, this will make them nearly invulnerable and trivialize a ton of the content. That's too strong. It's too strong. So in game theory, what would be their reasoning for adding something that's strong? Well, you would say that there has to be some sort of new challenge that would justify this much protection. Okay, so we need a new challenge. And we can just kind of leave it at that. Secondly, way back in the day, back when Notch was still the lead developer for Minecraft, Notch confirmed that there was going to be a sky dimension. Notch had screenshots. Notch had screenshots of a completed sky dimension. You know, it was still basic. They didn't have any of the filters. They didn't have any of none of it. But check that out. This is a sky dimension that was made by Notch way back in the day. He went all out here, right? Cool. So we know that it was at least part of the roadmap for Minecraft. However, and I would have to do a bunch of research here. I don't know if I still have my tweet from Mojang. Yeah, I don't know if I still have the tweet from Mojang saying that they're not going to add. So there was a sky dimension planned. The sky dimension was ultimately scrapped because computers in the early teens were not powerful enough for the rendering that the sky engine would have required, or excuse me, that the sky dimension would have required. The sky dimension was ultimately scrapped and then salvaged and turned into the end dimension. Okay, cool. So moving on from that. Don't forget to hydrate. Okay. there was a tweet that was made by, I believe it was Jeb, that said something like, "We will not be adding any new dimensions until the end dimension and the nether dimension are updated." Well, the end dimension got updated a while back. We can now reset the dragon. We can go through portals and find end cities. The end has been updated. And with 1.16, the nether's being updated. Cool. So that tweet has been fulfilled. It's YouTube and social. But it looks like whatchamacallit might be down right now. Nightbot might be dead. Anyway, stepping back, what have we covered? Netherite armor is too strong. Game theory dictates that there must be a new challenge. Previously confirmed Sky Dimension, but that did get scrapped and then salvaged into the end. Jeb making a tweet saying that they're not planning on adding a new dimension until the current dimensions are updated, which they now have been. So I think that we get into the most damning tweet, and the reason that I believe this completely, this dude right here, King B Dogs, was the guy that made the Aether. Okay, so anyway, let's take one more step back before we look at this tweet. So if we think that there should be a new dimension, there should be some new challenge added to Minecraft. We know that they previously have looked at adding a dimension, but that did get scrapped. So let's look at the stuff that we know. Oh God, I know what I forgot. In 1.16, they've added data packs being able to create new dimensions, which means that they're playing with the dimension code. And for the April Fool's Day of 2020, they also added 1 billion dimensions, like infinity dimensions, as the April Fool's Day prank this year. Clearly, Mojang is playing with dimensions. Clearly playing with dimensions. Okay, so that's another hugely a hugely indicative thing. So now let's take a look at like things that must be true. So we know that there should be some sort of new challenge or new difficulty that needs to be added to the game in order to justify the increased damage from the netherite swords, and the increased survivability provided by the netherite armor. Okay. In order to add this new challenge to the game, you cannot change any of the existing challenges because the current game is balanced pretty well. You transition from like wood tools into iron tools pretty nicely. Well, wood into stone into iron. You transition from like leather into salvaged armor off of mobs that you've killed, so like chainmail and gold and what have you, into iron, and then you use that to go find yourself iron, or to go find diamond. All of the early game into the late game transitions pretty well so far. So if you were to add a new challenge or difficulty, you do not want to put it in a place where it would affect that difficulty curve. You would kill players unintentionally by proximity. So it needs to be off the beaten path. Or it needs to have a clear difficulty assigned to it. So an example of off the beaten path is you can't access the end until you have like 8 Eye of Enders, right? Which means that you have to have been strong enough or clever enough in order to get a bunch of ender pearls and a bunch of blaze powder. So it's off the beaten path, right? And a clear difficulty is an example of a pillager tower or of a ocean monument, when you are out and about and you're just exploring and you come across an ocean monument, it's very clear. Like, you get that on-screen effect of the Elder Guardian. There's tons of regular Guardians swimming around that are like shooting you with laser beams. They're clearly protecting this temple. And that should dissuade new players from attacking it. The same thing with the Pillager Tower. It is a large, foreboding structure that clearly has like some sort of dark vibe to it that is being patrolled by pillagers. That would clearly dissuade I'm not talking about new and like not noob. I'm talking about like somebody that's just started their world. So a new world or a fresh player from going and attacking either a ocean monument or a pillager tower. So those are examples of clear challenges to be avoided and of a off the beaten path challenge in the end. And kind of similarly with the Nether, to get to the Nether, you have to be able to you have to be clever enough to manipulate lava, so convert the lava into obsidian using correct water placements, or have diamond pickaxes. So both the Nether and the End are off the beaten path, and stuff like ocean monuments and pillager outposts have clear and present dangers. So neither of those 4 examples change the difficulty curve of Minecraft. So if we're going to be adding some sort of new challenge or difficulty, it must be one of those 2 things. Cool, everyone is on the same page. So what sort of difficulty or challenge would suit one of those 2 categories that fits in the current thematic of Minecraft? Well, then we start to look at the examples that we've been given. So we know that they've been trying to make a sky dimension. It was confirmed. We already have the Nether and the End, which is kind of representative of like biblical places, right? The Nether is clearly hell, and for the longest time, the Nether was actually referred to as hell inside of the game's code. And the End is kind of like been retconned into being purgatory, or like some sort of transition place into like an afterlife thing. So it's neither heaven nor hell. It's kind of like some weird in between. So we have the hell, and we have a weird in between. Where's the equivalent of heaven? So that would fit, some sort of odd equivalent of heaven would fit. And to do that would be very much so like a sky dimension. Okay, cool. And a sky dimension was confirmed, however scrapped, but it was confirmed at one point in the game. To get to a sky dimension, you would probably either make something opposite of a nether portal, maybe say a glowstone portal, or you would need to have an elytra to be able to get there, because you're flying up into the sky to get into heaven, right? Well, both a glowstone portal and elytra would fit an off the beaten path rule, similar to getting into the Nether and getting into the End. Well, let's now take a look at what the original sky dimension was planned to look like. Pretty neat, right? Does it kind of look like that? Does those kind of look the same? I mean, we're looking at generation. Obviously, there's a slightly different texture and a slightly different filter in this world. But like, if you were to have just taken this grass and make it this like blue grass, you wouldn't be able to notice, you wouldn't be able to tell me that those are 2 different things. Okay, so cool. So now we could probably say that this new dimension should be a heaven, to be the opposite of the hell dimension in the Nether. We should say that it should be off the beaten path. this sky dimension should likely be accessible by elytra, or have some sort of elytra requirement, because that's going to be the optimal way of moving through this place. So you could gate it behind an elytra somehow. And in this place, it will be like a series of floating islands, which we wrap back around to the netherite armor. So yes, it has armor toughness, yes, it has armor, but it has something very random in knockback resistance. If you were to describe to me this sky dimension, the greatest threat of a sky dimension is falling off the edge, right? We can kind of already confirm that. We know this to be true because the greatest threat in the end is not Enderman, it's not Shulkers, it's not the dragon, it's falling off. It's falling off! What's the best way to not fall off of a floating island? Would it be knockback resistance? I would think it would be! And the new netherite armor has that. So the netherite armor is screaming some sort of island, sky island, new dimension. We know that they're working on new dimensions. And here's the last and most damning piece of information. All of that stuff, everything that we just described, is pure speculative. We're taking bits and pieces of information and saying, this might be true. But then this tweet happened. Come January 2020, I'll be moving to Sweden to work at Mojang as a gameplay developer for Minecraft. Words can't describe the emotions I felt getting the offer. The past 10 years of my life have been dedicated to embracing game development and working on mods like the Aether. Minecraft just hired, back in January, well, back in December, the developer of the Aether. Everything that we speculated needed to be true about the next series of patches, they hired the guy that made exactly what we speculate. The Aether is coming. I don't think it's a question at this point. The Aether is coming. So this is the roadmap. So with them hiring that guy in late December, him starting work in January, a 2-year development time for that guy to then work on applying his, assume that he's going to elevate it, assume that he's going to change it, he made a mod, and he's now working directly for Minecraft, and so it has to be, there's all the politics that go into it, right? So he's gonna need some development time. He's gonna need some time to get acclimated into the ecosystem at Mojang. He's gonna need some time to, you get it. A 2-year dev time makes perfect sense. And where does a 2-year dev time fall in a release cycle? Mojang has said that they want to do a major release every 6 months. So we know 1.16 is coming out June 23rd, which is perfectly mid-2020. And maybe instead of saying mid-2020, it should be Q2, Q3 2020. And then instead of saying late 2020, we should say Q4, Q1 2020, 2021. Right? And so then 1.19, which is where we have our first real unknown, should be late 2021 / early 2022. And that's a perfect 2-year dev time after they hired that developer. Tell me that it's not coming. Tell me it's not. I see the 2 hydrates. Charo, you're wonderful. I really hope this is true. I mean, they hired the guy. If you dismiss every other bit of my speculation, if you dismiss everything else, just the simple fact that they hired the guy is pretty telling. If you dismiss the fact that the Sky Dimension was already announced, but admittedly scrapped later on, but it was announced. It was completely confirmed. It was coming. It was just the limitations of computers at the time wasn't good enough. The code wasn't good enough. And it had to be scrapped for that reason. If you dismiss the game theory regarding the powering up of the player and like new armor having knockback resistance. If you dismiss the April Fool's Day prank of adding 1,000,000 dimensions, if you dismiss 1.16 adding data packs that can manipulate dimensions, thus showing that they're working on new dimension code, if you dismiss that, it is still so telling they hired the guy. They also hired the creator of the Piglin look and feel, and now Piglins and Piglin Zombies, if I remember correctly. Could you find me sources for that? Because I would love to look at it. Like, the easiest way to obtain an IP is to just buy out the damn company, right? Instead of trying to patent it and license it from that company, if you're literally Microsoft, the top 4 largest company in the world. I'm actually curious how big Microsoft is right now. Microsoft is the 2nd largest company in the world with a market value of $1.47 trillion dollars. It goes Apple at 1.52, Microsoft at 1.47, Amazon at 1.32, and Google at just under 1 trillion. Microsoft, the 2nd largest company in the world. Do you think that they want to, they'll just buy you out, dude. They're not gonna license it. They don't want to deal with the lawsuit. They'll just buy you out. So what's the equivalent of buying out a mod dev? You hire him. Okay, anyway. You can't tell me. There is nothing in this world that you could tell me that would make me believe that the Aether mod is not coming. So. Amazon, Google, Apple, Microsoft. Yep, you got it. Do you want to guess what number 5 is, Tail? It should be pretty obvious when you think about it. The 5th highest market evaluation company in the world. It's a household name. Everybody knows it. Samsung, that's a good guess, but no. I need honey blocks. And this is fuel, so this needs to go from the direction. Nims hydrate? Okay, I'll hydrate. The 5th largest company in the world. So it goes Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Facebook, with a market valuation of $671 billion. GAFM. Yep. So what he's referring to is this. GAFM is now the widely used acronym for Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft. These are the 5 American world superpowers that rule the digital market. Yep, GAFM. I've never heard GAFM before, but I mean, you got it. It's Facebook. Facebook's not a social media company. Facebook is a profiling company. So it's even like a step above advertising. So they're basically ad companies, yes, but they are, how do I put this? So the reason that ads become valuable is the more the company knows about you. I think they do own WhatsApp as well, yeah. So the more the company knows about its user, the more valuable the ad for that user becomes. Does that make sense? So if I know that you like video games, and then I serve you an ad that's a video game ad, well, I know that there is a higher likelihood that that ad will convert you into like buying that video game, right? So if I served a video game ad to like my grandmother, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. And so it's worth nothing because it's not gonna work. But if I served an ad to you for a video game, well, everybody here likes video games, so it will be more successful and therefore more profitable. So the better the profile the company has of its user, the more valuable the ad becomes. Everybody posts all of their information to Facebook, or at least they did for the longest time. So they post all of it to Facebook, they post all of it to Instagram. Facebook probably has the most complete profile of anybody out there. Google does the same thing, because Google basically builds a profile based on your search history. So instead of you like willingly posting who you are, Google infers who you are through what you search. But it's the same thing. So Google's not a search engine, Google's an ad company. Facebook's not a social media company, it's an ad company. And that's how they're so valuable. Anyway, welcome Pang. What a conversation to join in on. Oh, I need those. So anyway, if you're Microsoft and you now own Minecraft, what did they pay for Minecraft back in the day, by the way? Wasn't it like $1 billion? Microsoft buys Minecraft for $2.5 billion with a B. $2.5 billion. You're all in. That's an investment. Okay, so the back is going to be... So instead of dumping... This kind of works out perfectly, because look at the height of this. Because this is the cactus where we would destroy our bamboo overflow. And we'll just get rid of this cactus, continue this ice path, and then that will take that bamboo and put it in this item hopper, which could not be better. How much is Minecraft worth now? Minecraft is not a publicly traded company. So like you cannot know what Minecraft is worth. You can maybe infer what Minecraft is worth, Minecraft total sales. So Minecraft unit sales worldwide from 2016 to 2019 has sold 176 million units. But like, I wonder how many... I don't know if this is right. 200 million copies sold? But is that including like how many people are playing on it on Windows 10 that got it for free? Is that including the number of mobile users? Is that including the number of education users? Is that including the users that bought it for both Java on PC but then bought it again on their Switch? I've bought Minecraft 3 times, I believe. So the account that I'm on now, I have 2 Java accounts, and then I've also bought it on mobile. So I bought Minecraft 3 times. Is that? I don't know. Player count reaches 480 million. I mean, it's wild. And then if you were to say like 480 million people bought the game for $30, you could then get a number out of game sales. But the problem with just taking a look at like game sales is the name alone is worth something. So you could then take the name of Minecraft and use that to do things like push Xbox sales, because Xbox is owned by Microsoft. You could also use the name of Minecraft to push Windows 10 sales. You could use the name of Minecraft to push merchandise, which... So there's a huge secondary and related market that just owning Minecraft would improve the overall valuation of Microsoft. And so like, how much does Minecraft improve the overall valuation of Microsoft? Microsoft clearly thinks that it will improve their valuation by more than $2.5 billion. That's clear, or else they wouldn't have paid that much. So there's a lot of like unknowns regarding that. And Microsoft's not just gonna come out and say like, oh yeah, since we bought Minecraft, I mean, we might actually be able to go back and find what happened to Microsoft's stock value in right after they bought Minecraft. You probably could. Microsoft buys Minecraft in September 15th of 2014. NSFT, I think, is their stock ticker. So we would want to see what happened in September of 2014. May, June, August. So there's September, so it's right here. It looks like there was a pretty big downturn in like 2015. So it doesn't look like it changed it a whole lot. Maybe, but it's also hard to get a sense of what happened, because what we really need to do is we need a custom time range between like July and December. And then we need to compare what Microsoft did to other technology companies. So I need like a custom time range here. I don't see a custom time range button. And see, this isn't far enough back. And see, this is too small to be able to get a true sense of what happened. So, it's really hard to just speculate that. I had Minecraft when I was younger, the beta version, but then I stopped playing. Really wish I continued playing so I didn't have to pay for it. I mean, it's not too bad. If you own Windows 10, you could get it for free. Fam, I'm from South Africa. It's like $500. Whoa. South Africa currency is it's a rand. So 30 US dollars. Wow, he's right. 30 US dollars is 523 rand. Dude, that's how much does milk cost in South Africa? 10 rand. So then we go back. That'd be like milk costing 57 cents here. Fresh load of bread. Our currencies do not compare well to each other. 18 rand for a thing of eggs? For what was that? 12 eggs? I mean, maybe that's kind of comparable because eggs are more like $2 here, but that's pretty wild. 30 USD is 500 rand. I didn't believe you at first. Oh. But then again, 10 rand, what is like, I wonder what the South African, like, average income is. Average worker is paid 21,000 rand per month. So 21,000 is about $1,200 a month. You would definitely be below the poverty line in the United States. So then what we really should do is we should look at the, if 21,000 rand is your average income, and then you should look at how much, like what's the percentage of a milk against that average income versus the average income of the United States, and then look at what percentage milk costs there. And then you would be able to try to figure out like rough equivalency. So, I was wrong about the piglins, but the design was pretty much lifted from a Captain Sparkles video series. I mean, honest, Minecraft appropriates stuff all the time. And it's not a bad thing, because like the game is literally community development. Like it's literally Legos. And if somebody has an idea for like a block or a system, then like just put it in the game. Huge amounts of things in Minecraft were added because it was a mod first. I do have Windows 10. How do I get it for free? Windows 10 Minecraft free. So there's like can you still get Windows 10? Microsoft has long offered a free upgrade to Windows 10 for anyone who bought the Java edition. Is entitled to that upgrade. Oh, you have to have already owned the Java edition. Well, never mind. Yeah. How do you get more end portals? I believe that there are exactly 3 end portals in a world. There's only 3. So wherever your spawn chunks are, and then they form an equilateral triangle around your spawn chunks. Is my understanding of it, at the very least. Better lighting was a mod. Bees were a mod. I mean, what, Mo Creatures had tons of creatures that are now being like hand-picked and added into the game, aren't they? Well, thanks for the kind words. I got a message on my phone. Oh, that was super nice. I got a text message from an old friend that I haven't really, I haven't talked to in a long time. And he just basically sent me a message out of the blue saying he hopes I'm doing well. That warms my heart. Horses were part of a mod. Shields were part of a mod. Yeah. You can't convince me. Everything that you're saying tells me that the Aether is more and more likely. Let's face it, it's the best selling video game ever. It's an incredibly moddable, so it's all been done before my modders. Yeah. Okay. Ow. Huh? Her. And pandas and fish and polar bears? Yep. I remember the mods for pandas. I don't remember what it was called, but I just remember seeing them. Okay, so that comparator should have a thing into the side of it. If I remember right, set to subtract. And there should be a dropper. Dropper. I think we just need the one. Jerome, I have to go pee. I have to go dehydrate. I'll be back like 30 seconds. Actually, I want to set up the, yeah, I need more of these. Okay, I'll be back. At Nims, do you think we need a farming update? That's probably really close. I was standing quite close to the mic as I was standing. Yeah. Anyway, do I think we need a farming update? I have a question. Do we need a farming update? What's wrong with modern farming? I'm thinking. I'm trying to give it real thought. Nah, probably not. You till land, you hydrate your soil, you have the ability to fertilize it, and then you have a mob in the game, villagers, that can also interact with that process. It takes time, which is a gamified version of farming, but then you can reduce that time by fertilizing it with bone meal. I would say that is a perfect gamified version of farming. Yeah, I would say it's good. How do you get sounds on the bottom right of the screen? Options, music and sounds, show subtitles. Alternatively, it's also in accessibility, show subtitles. I got you. And I love it when you call me chap. Catching up in chat, shulker boxes were probably a mod or at least inspired by mods that added backpacks. Probably. 80% of Minecraft new mobs was from mods. I don't necessarily agree with the 80% number, but I agree with the sentiment, and I'm not gonna bust your balls on that number. Wait, was the person who wanted Minecraft a sub or a mod? It was... I remember he said he was from South Africa, but I don't remember his name. I feel bad. Pengweezy. He is neither a mod nor a sub. We need more than hose? What else would you want? So now we need to add... I remember this pretty well. I need to add the correct stacks of items in here to increase its item or its signal out through comparator by some amount. All right, so that's looking pretty clean. We need tractors. My mind, because I was raised in a very conservative country family, the immediate thought that my mind went to is like, oh god, could I imagine she thinks my tractor's sexy, but redone entirely in Minecraft. That entire music video just reshot in Minecraft. That's that was the mental image that I had almost immediately, and it got a chuckle out of me. Dude, do you perhaps have a streaming schedule, or do you stream daily? If so, at what time? I have to go, but I would like to tune again whenever you're going to stream. 2 p.m. Central, which I believe is 7 p.m. GMT, if that helps. Oh hey, Candy Rabbits, my mod got your question. She answered it better than I did, actually. If you could move dispensers, you could build a tractor by tilling the land with a hoe-loaded dispenser. That would be sick. Really, the next big thing in Minecraft I think that we need is, I mean, I'm still gonna ride or die. Quasi-connectivity needs to go away. After quasi-connectivity is gone, most tile entities need to just get updated so they can get moved. You can move You can move shulkers. Why can't I move a dispenser? End update or riot? What would you want to see in the end? I'm trying to think. It's like, should the end have some sort of... The end is supposed to be barren. The Nether's not. And like, the bleak, barren landscape of the end is supposed to be, you're fighting the terrain in the end. Like, the terrain is not supposed to be the challenge of the overworld. And it's only supposed to be part of the challenge in the Nether. But the terrain, the environment, is supposed to be the challenge of the end. So, like, to create that challenge, you need it to be bleak. You need it to be, like, sparse and barren. I'd apologize, the end is broken. I saw that Ant Venom video too. Yeah, I saw that Ant Venom video. Yes, it's broken, but it's broken in the same way that the Farlands broke the overworld. Like, it's technically, yeah, it's broken. However, it's broken in a way that doesn't affect anyone. Is there a command for checking how long I've watched? I don't think so. At least I don't know of one, and therefore it's not in the stream. What are your opinions on a cave update? Do you think we'll ever get one? It was already, I don't want to say that it was announced, but the questionnaire for it did go out. So it's clearly in Minecraft or Mojang's thought processes. We can't say that it's guaranteed to happen. We can't say that it's in their roadmap, but what we can say is they're aware that we probably need one. So what would a cave update likely do? Add more underground structure? I think that would be pretty cool. So we already have things like mine shafts and monster dungeons. If you could come across like pseudo boss fights while caving, I think that would be pretty cool. Like, as an example, maybe like lava snakes or like lava golems. We already have iron golems. So like and looking for inspiration from other games in Minecraft's IP, specifically Minecraft Dungeons, they have redstone golems. So we could do something like in giant lava lakes, add a lava golem who could be like a mini boss fight. Or like lava snakes or something like that. You could have, similar to finding a monster spawner, and therefore like a dungeon. You could have a different type of dungeon that had like some sort of semi-boss fight in it. All due respect to Ant Venom, but it's really easy to take a contrarian view and monetize it. It really is. Yeah, see, I was thinking the same thing, James. You could check your points earned. And then you could like try to math that backwards, but if you've ever spent any, then that becomes like a skewed thing. But the Farlands are like 30 million blocks away? Yeah, but I mean, the cycling nature of the end is, I mean, again, there's still so much usable space, because that's really what it is. It's not about a block distance, it's about usable space before the glitch makes the world unplayable. And there is more than enough usable space inside of the end as it currently exists. It is broken, for sure, but it's not broken in a way that's going to affect anyone. Hydrate or dihydrate? I got your triple hydrate, my dude. Elytra and shulkers. Dude, I have like a stack of shulkers and I have like 4 elytra and I've only spent a couple hours in the end. There's still so much room left for me to explore, even considering that the end is bugged. It's not an issue. His video is, and see, this is why I'm not trying to beat you up here, because I know where you're citing your source. I've watched the video. But he is inflaming the problem and misrepresenting the problem. Should it be fixed? Yeah. Should it be something that we're aware of? Yeah. Is it as much of a problem as his, like, terrified tone and, like, his serious nature presents it as? No. It doesn't matter for 99.999% of users. So, like, and this is a perfect example why I get so frustrated with the creator community. Mountains out of molehills. That's exactly what it is. Yes, it's a molehill. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny problem. Still a problem. Still should be fixed. But tiny. Does this actually line up perfectly? Lordy! I couldn't have done that better if I wanted to. Okay. Actually, we have a problem. With the water stream layout, in this configuration, the items will prefer the outer edge of this block. So they'll sit on this line. When they then move forward, the hopper that needs to collect them will only have a tiny amount of area. They'll go into a water stream right here, which will push them forward, which will make them miss the hopper. We need them to go into the hopper. By the way, honey blocks still allow items to go into the hopper. See? Because honey blocks aren't a full block. They have an edge. Just like a chest or like an enchanting table isn't a full block. But what's interesting is honey blocks are full blocks for the purposes of pushing redstone signals through them. So they're just sick, dude. Tangataf built MC mods with extra bosses like you talked about for a while. As Never Lava Kraken, a cool mummy boss fight. All this functional MC mods you could get via his... yeah, dude. I mean, I know Tango Tech. I still watch his videos. I've seen all of them. And like going back to the Aether implemented a whole bunch of boss fights as well. So like, and I even have a clip on my YouTube page. Exclamation mark YouTube. Nims Aether. Let's see if Google is good enough. Oh, dude, apparently, if you Google search Nims Aether, apparently there's some, like, It looks like there's a mountain climber whose name is Nims, and he has an Aether product line. Anyway, let's try going to my YouTube page directly and see. I might autoplay something. You might hear me. I got it quick enough. Aether. Yeah, look at this right here. Uploaded 8 years ago.
So what?
This is before we got the good mic. And this is old, dude. This is way before there were hunger bars. And I streamed this on my super crappy internet, and then I went back and I captured the stream. But like, this is a boss fight that I myself recorded way back in the day. It's supposed to be a room, but this room had generated strangely, so I was able to fight the boss and actually escape his room. You're supposed to be trapped in there with him. And like, this was a boss fight. See that default Minecraft Steve skin? Anyway, so like, this I think is a great boss that would exist perfectly in like true Minecraft. So it's just more reasons on more reasons on more reasons why the Aether should be added to Minecraft. It's just wild. I think I've tipped the scale on the XP farm. Added a bunch more bamboo backstage, and it seems to be netting positive now. Nice! Yeah, he has the dramatic radio voice down to his eye, and he really does. The end is bug. I never actually made it that far in my hardcore runs. Freaking creeper always kill me before I hit the end. Cosmo, can I provide you with like unsolicited advice on how to get to late game in hardcore? Well, I guess I'm asking, so it's not unsolicited. Anyway. Catching up a chat. Yeah, so basically the end is laid out in a circle, in a series of concentric circles. And each one gets larger and larger in diameter, and therefore the number of but the total number of blocks remains the same, so each ring is smaller and smaller. Okay, so you have like the end island, which is here in the center, right? And then you have a good amount of clustering of islands around this. But at some point, there's just, so you get something that looks kind of like this, right? You get something that looks like that. So here's your starter island, and then you get a ring. And this ring is like several thousand blocks thick. And at some point, islands stop generating. And for like 70,000 blocks, there's nothing. But then you get another ring, right? And this ring goes out, and this ring has an equal number of blocks as the first ring. But because it's a bigger diameter, these blocks or these islands are much smaller, so there's fewer of them, right? So I'm destroying some of these blocks to represent that they're fewer. And then, at some point, these islands stop. And then they restart again, like another huge number of blocks away, like tens of thousands. And it's the exact same number of blocks. So let's say that there's 10 blocks, so then you get an even more sparse ring. And this is how the end is broken. However, the thing about the end that makes this completely irrelevant is this inner section here with your main end island with this first set of rings. So not even, like, get rid of this second set of rings. This section here is hundreds of thousands of blocks. So it doesn't matter that these secondary, tertiary, quadriary, whatever the 4 is, it doesn't matter that each consecutive set of rings is sparser and sparser than the next. It doesn't matter because you're never going to leave the first set. So yes, is the end bugged? Yeah, it is. But does it actually affect the gameplay in any way at all? No. Yeah, it is a ridiculous amount of spread. It is. It's basically impossible to go from when the generation stops to the next set of generation. It's basically impossible. You'd have to bring, like, you'd have to basically make a flying machine, is what you'd have to do. Because there's no way that you could bring enough elytra and enough rockets to travel that distance reliably. So, like, yeah. The end generation, for all intents and purposes, just stops at some point. It does restart eventually, but you're not going to get there in any regular play. And, like, maybe my 70,000 break is not the exact perfect number, but still, you get the point. It's so much unnecessary drama. He's a drama queen, yes. And, like, that's his whole content now. So anyway, let me catch up in chat. I'm not who you're asking, but I'm new to hardcore, so I'd like advice. Oh, well, Samantha. Okay. So where are you in, like, are you able to get a stable food source in hardcore? Because it's the first challenge that you're gonna run into. I'm just gonna go with it. So the first challenge that you're gonna have in hardcore Minecraft is getting a reliable food source that provides high saturation. So obviously, steak, golden carrots, and pork chops are the S tier food. That's where one of those three is where you want to get to. I argue that golden carrots are the best, but I'm not going to break your balls on that. So steak, golden carrots, and pork chops, that's where you want to be. However, there are some A tier foods that you can still get pretty early in the game. One of them is salmon. So salmon has a pretty high saturation and is very easy to farm in, like, grand, in huge amounts, because you can make fishing farms. So the first thing that I would do is I would make a fishing farm. It breaks at 32,000 blocks away from the origin, and then that leaves only, yeah. So you're looking at billions of blocks, right? Yeah, it's really, okay, anyway, we're dropping the nether thing, Grog. Apologize, no more of that. So the first thing that I'm gonna tell you to do is build a fishing farm. Get a reliable source of high saturation food. This will help with your health regeneration whenever you inevitably take some damage. I don't need emeralds, do I? No, don't need that. I don't really need this green dye and dyed kelp either. So a fishing farm will give you, my biggest roadblock I think is XP farms, but I have done automated farms and fishing farms. So, okay, cool. So you can get a fishing farm out. Sick. Okay, so I'm gonna write this down for you. I'm gonna clear chat. Blap. Nope, I didn't mean to increase my render distance. Back down to 16 we go. Clear chat, F3D. Okay, so we're gonna go fishing farm, so that way you can get some high saturation food. And I'm going to assume that this is post 116. So I'm not even going to talk about how fishing farms provide you in 115. I'm not going to talk about how 115 fishing farms provide you with like god tier bows and god tier enchants. We're just going to skip that. Fishing farms are still incredible to build simply because they provide you with high saturation food. Okay, so after the fishing farm, you should go iron mining for 30 to 60 iron. Okay. With this, you don't need iron tools. You just don't. What you need is full iron armor, so iron helm, chest, legs, boots, and then you need some buckets and some hoppers. Okay. So after this, now that you've got this 30 to 60 iron, after this, you're gonna go find a village. Okay. So before we get to this next point, and before I explain find a village, we should discuss what the cause of most hardcore world deaths are. And it's creepers. It's going mining specifically, and then being stuck in a small space with creepers. Really, all it takes is just a creeper to drop down above you, and that's it. You just die. So, fishing farm gets you high saturation food. Iron mining will get you a full set of iron armor, helmet, chest, legs, boots, and a shield. You also do want a shield, which you need iron for. After you get those things, and then buckets and some hoppers, after you get those, you should have enough food to go find a village. Kill every single cow, kill every single pig, get as much high saturation food as you possibly can, and then explore until you find a village, preferably in a plains. So we'll add that, plains, the village. Once you find this village, you're going to set up a couple of things. So you want a villager breeder, a villager produce farm, and you really kind of want to set these all up at the same time. So I'm going to use slashes and not chevrons. A villager breeder, villager produce farm, a trading hall, and a iron golem farm. Okay? And that's basically how you will beat hardcore. Like, you will, if you do this, you will get to the end game in hardcore every single time. So, simply, fishing farms provide you with all the high saturation food that you need. Iron mining is going to provide you with all of your early game defenses. Iron mining should be the most dangerous part of this playthrough. Then you're going to find a plains village. Set up a villager breeder, a produce farm, a trading hall, and an iron golem farm. So the villager breeder is obviously going to give you just a ridiculous amount of villagers, which you can then use to set up your trade. I guess it should be villager breeder into a produce farm, trading hall, and iron golem farm. There should be a chevron there and not a slash. Villager breeder, so it's right here. So, okay, that's the one we want. F3D, clear, send. Okay. So then you set up this villager breeder, and after you get that set up, you can have a produce farm, a trading hall, and an iron golem farm. So doing these, the produce farm will give you tons of carrots and potatoes. The trading hall is going to allow you to choose the villager professions that you want to trade against. So you're going to need a farmer, so that way you can sell them all of your carrots and potatoes. You're going to need a fisherman, so that way you can sell them all of the fish that you get from your fishing farm. And then you're going to need some blacksmith, so that way you could sell them all the iron that you get from your iron golem farm. The iron golem farm is going to require some lava, some water to set up, which is why you need buckets, and because it's a farm, and because we also have the produce farm, you need some hoppers in there as well, which is why we needed the hoppers from the iron mining. Now that you have this trading hall, you should have 3 blacksmiths. You can sell these 3 blacksmiths your iron that you're getting from your iron golem farm, as well as selling your farmers, the pumpkins, or excuse me, the potatoes and the carrots to get a ton of emeralds, as well as a fisherman, which you can sell them all your cod, all your salmon, all your clownfish, and all of your pufferfish. Okay, so now we have tons of emeralds. And lastly, you're gonna, with these same 3 blacksmiths, you're going to buy full diamond armor, full diamond weapons, and full diamond tools. And now, with only 1 hour mining session, because that's about what it should take to get 30 to 60 iron, is between 30 minutes to an hour. So only with, let's say, 45 minutes of average mining time, I think we've just got you full diamond gear. And with that full diamond gear, with a shield, you should be able to survive real, you should be able to survive creeper explosions. You should be able to start pushing for your first raid, so that way you can get Totems of Undying. With that system, with that sequencing, you should have very little risk. You should be able to lock down this villager area. Tons of torches, and you could get tons of torches. You don't need to mine for your torches. You can set up like rudimentary tree farms. So just plant every single sapling that you get, cut down all those trees, convert the logs into charcoal, and then use the charcoal plus sticks, and now you've got all of the torches that you need. So you should be able to light the area up around this village to no question. And then again, using just trees, you should be able to safe the area by putting up tons of fences. So you should be able to completely secure the village that you're working inside of with just wood products. So no mining required. The stone that you'll need to set up a lot of this stuff, you should be able to, with the buckets that you made from the iron mining, hopefully you have found, maybe you need 1 lava in this session, and then you should be able to set up like a rudimentary stone farm. So that way you don't even need to go mining for stone. And with that sequencing, you don't need like an experience farm, you don't need to go diamond hunting, you don't need to none of it. So the first time that you go diamond hunting, you should already have a diamond pickaxe, full diamond armor, full diamond tools, the whole everything. And you don't really even need experience farms. And even ignoring that, villager trading is a pretty good source of experience. So if you set up your iron golem farm and your produce farms and your fishing farms and all of the 9, if you set those up correctly, fishing farms provide you with experience. Villager training provides you with a lot of experience. You should find yourself at like triple-digit levels, so like level 100, pretty quickly. And then from that point, so now that we've got our full diamond gear, if you're lucky, or if you're patient, you could just re-roll your smiths over and over until they have protection on them. Like these protection 2 legs is exactly the sort of thing that you want to see from your villager. Fire protection, not so much. Projectile protection, not so much. Unbreaking is okay, but that's not really what you want to see. You really want to find protection on all of these guys. Same thing, because you don't have enchants, so you want to find sharpness on your diamond sword. And then with your tools, you really want them to have unbreaking. But even that doesn't really matter, because even if your diamond boots get something awful like projectile protection, you can grind stone off that enchant, and then you should be able to roll up a librarian that in his first trade has the enchant that you want. So you should then be able to roll up a librarian that has protection 4. And then with all of the iron that you're getting out of that iron golem farm, because it should be a lot, you should be able to make an anvil, and then you should be able to combine the protection 4 enchantment from the librarian onto all of your diamond gear that you bought from your blacksmith. And so with just this system, fishing farm for the early game, then you go mining to get yourself the 30 to 60 iron, then find a plains village because they're the easiest. Actually they could be a plains or a desert because you just don't want anything around you. No trees, no cover. You want it to be wide open so it's very easy to secure. So it should be a plains or a desert village. Then you set up a villager breeder, a produce farm, trading hall, iron golem farm. And with that system, you should be able to get full enchanted everything. You should be able to get protection 16 diamond armor. You should be able to get, a knockback 2, looting 3, mending, sweeping edge, unbreaking 3, sharpness 5 sword. Because all the enchants that you need could be provided by librarians. Like this librarian's got unbreaking 3, this one's got infinity, which I want, and mending. But you could see that it would be very easy to get protection 4, sharpness, the whole 9. And then by rolling these guys and by trading with them, you're going to get all the experience you need to enchant your gear. And then because of the iron golem farm, you'll have all the iron you need to make the anvils to enchant your gear. Protection 16? Yeah. So I'm simplifying and saying if you have a full set of armor, you have protection 4, protection 4, protection 4, protection 4. So that's 4, 8, 12, 16. So 16 protection. Which is how the game calculates the damage reduction. Quick maths, exactly. This was an excellent Hardcore 101 class. Yeah! Now, obviously, it's Minecraft, so you can play this any way you'd like. There is no right or wrong way to do it. But this system, the patented NIM system, should get you protection 16 diamond armor with minimal risk. You're gonna spend a lot of time in a village, for sure, and you're gonna go into a cave once in the first 20 hours of playing. But you should get protection 16, you should get sharpness 5, right there at the second time you step into a cave, you should have perfect armor. Okay, anyway, so stepping back into this. And speaking of experience farms, that's what we're working on now. So I need to take the output of this. This is my bamboo farm, and I need to align it correctly. So this actually needs to go wide. So that way it can align to the other side. This makes sense? So that way whenever it whips through here, it's now aligned to this wall instead of it being aligned to this wall, which means that whenever it passes it passes through the honey block and therefore over the hopper, it will be in this corner and not in this corner, which will allow the hopper to pick the item up. First time I've been able to watch you in a while, and possibly the best time to come in. Learned a hell of a lot. Anyone able to clip that whole explanation? I mean, that was like a 10-minute explanation, right? Should that be a YouTube video? How do you get the armor villager? !V trades. So, this is how villager trading works. This infographic is a little bit old. There's some stuff that it gets wrong, but for most of what you're looking for, it is still correct. So to get the villager, to get the armorer, you're gonna need to place a blast furnace to get him to have the correct profession. And then you're gonna need to have, so this is why you need emeralds to begin with, because you're gonna need either emeralds or coal, which you don't have the coal because remember, you're not going mining. So you're not gonna have the coal to trade here, and you're not gonna have the emeralds to unlock his second trade. And the second trade he has must have iron, which is why you need a villager breeder, which is why, you know, I have the villager breeder set up right here. You must have a villager breeder to be able to roll your armorers over and over until you get one with iron that buys iron. But then as soon as you get the iron buy villager, it should only take you 10 minutes to like unlock all the way down, and then you're guaranteed to get a full suit of diamond armor because he rolls 2 trades randomly. And so since there's only 2 trades here, you're guaranteed to get legs boots at level 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're guaranteed to get legs boots at level 4, and then you're guaranteed to get chest helm at level 5 because there are only 2 trades to unlock. The toolsmith, you might have to roll a couple of times to get the axe and the shovel combo, but you're guaranteed to get the pick every time. And then the same thing, the weaponsmith is a perfect villager because you're guaranteed to get the iron, you're guaranteed to get the axe, and you're guaranteed to get the sword. And these require a blast furnace, a grindstone, and a smithing table for those 3 villagers. And again, with that system, you should be able to get into Protection 16, Sharpness 5, with a shield, the whole everything. You should be fully kitted and then you should be eating, hell, at that point, you should be eating golden carrots too, because let me click that link again. You should be eating golden carrots too, because remember that you're selling carrots and potatoes to the farmer, which you're gonna need to re-roll a couple of times in order to get him to sell both carrots and potatoes. Or, excuse me, to get him to be able to buy carrots and potatoes. But once you've sold him a bunch of carrots and potatoes, you should have tons of emeralds between selling him carrots and potatoes, between selling your 3 smiths, an armor smith, a tool smith, and a weaponsmith, selling your 3 smiths all the iron that your iron golem farm produces, and then your fisherman, wherever the hell he's at, right here. So you should be able to sell your fisherman cod, salmon, clownfish, pufferfish, and so then you should have a ton of emeralds, and then turning around, you should be able to go back to the farmer and buy his golden carrots. So like, by the second time that you enter a cave, you should have Protection 16, Sharpness 5, and be eating golden carrots. And is that kind of cheesing Minecraft? Maybe a little bit. Is what I've just described the best way to do it? Maybe, maybe not. Best is kind of subjective, and anybody that's been here for more than like 10 minutes know that I hate calling anything the best, because it is completely subjective. But from my perspective, this is the safest way, not necessarily the easiest, because there will be a lot of tedium here. Setting up your villager breeder and then rolling villagers until you get the correct villagers in your trading hall that's gonna be tough. But a produce farm, those are easy to set up. Iron golem farms, there's a lot of like super basic iron golem farms out there. You don't need a big one like the one I have. I actually don't know how far out this needs to go. Because really it just needs to go like a block further and then just go into a trash can somewhere. So I don't want to commit to too much here. Let me catch up on chat. You just gotta get lucky. Keep re-rolling villagers until you get one. That is not true. You can always get an armor villager by just putting down his correct workstation. It's not a lucky thing to get the armor smith outright. It is lucky to get the specific trades because he unlocks 2 trades at a time. So in this window, he has 5 trades. So you have he will choose 2 of these 5 randomly, but you can be guaranteed to get the armorer if you place down a blast furnace. That is incorrect. Wait, ignore me, I forgot. Oh, okay, so he did correct himself. I just didn't get that far in chat. Candy says it should be a tutorial. Yes, you should be sure to upload the recent streams to YouTube too. I have been. I've been catching up on my backlog. They're going up. It sounds like the best when you speak with such confidence and knowledge on the subject. That's for sure. Well, thanks. I mean, I know my system, but I can't think of, like, if you're going branch mining for diamonds, I mean, the likelihood of falling into lava seems pretty high. The likelihood of running into mobs seems pretty high. You want to avoid all of that as much as possible. But as a good general rule, don't confuse my confidence with knowledge. Because some really dumb people speak with a great amount of confidence. American politics. Okay, so we need to take... So we have... Is that fine? No, this is gonna be super awkward, actually. Okay, that's pretty good though. Okay. So the bamboo farm is kind of feeding 3 things now. This is going to be like an all-purpose bamboo farm, right? APBF? Yeah, all-purpose bamboo farm. So this bamboo farm is going to be dropping down, upon being harvested, we will first fill the storage system. So that way the player has something to convert the bamboo, to use the bamboo on. Whatever the player needs bamboo for, the player always has bamboo. Upon this becoming full, we then fill up our furnace array. So again, we're putting the player's needs over top automation's needs. Basically, the player's needs over the base's needs. So if the player wants bamboo directly, he gets bamboo directly. Then we have an auto furnace. So if the player wants to smelt something, he always has the fuel to smelt it. And then, if both of those 2 things are full, which I'm kind of curious on the storage system here, it's very, very close. Look at this. It is -17, and then we've got a hopper that'll need to get filled up too. It's like a single pixel I have to aim at to see the hopper. Yeah, so the hopper's not even full either. So once that storage system is full, then we fill up the auto smelter, and once the auto smelter is full, we'll start to send the bamboo into the experience farm. So I mean, it's literally an all-purpose bamboo farm, which is why we expanded the size of it last stream. But now I'm super excited for my next hardcore attempt. Yeah! That makes me excited. You'll have to let me know how it goes. And the only thing that I think is questionable is the fishing farm at the beginning, because if you find an area in the world where you can like easily breed cows, as an example, breed your cows, breed your pigs. Steak and pork chop is a better food than salmon, always. In my opinion, golden carrots are better than steak and pork chop for a hardcore world. Not for a regular world, but for a hardcore world, it is. But steak and pork chop are definitely still a top tier food. So the fishing farm, in my mind, is the only thing that you can, if you're looking for the easiest playthrough, a fishing farm could be replaced. Everything else, I think that is the safest way to get through the rough beginning of a hardcore world. And realistically, this fishing farm might actually be changed to a cow breeder into everything else, right? Can we go up? Copy. And then, no. I want to get all the way here. Yeah, actually, I think I would change this into a cow breeder. Yeah. I think I would do that instead, now that fishing farms are getting nerfed. Because a cow breeder will provide you with steak, which is an objectively better food source than salmon is. And villagers will still buy somewhere. I believe villagers still buy leather. Don't they? Exclamation fee trades. Don't they buy leather? I'm pretty sure they buy leather. Yeah, the leather worker buys 6 leather. Yeah. So if you set up your cow breeder instead of a fishing farm, you'll have... So before you go mining the first time, you should have full leather armor, which a fishing farm would not provide you. Yeah, I like this better. So I would say a cow breeder, which would then give you steak, which is arguably the best food in the game. It's for sure it's one of the best food in the game. So let's say that. A cow breeder will give you one of the best foods in the game. It'll give you leather. You then use the leather to make full leather armor. Once you have a good amount of steak and full leather armor, then you go iron mining until you find 30 to 60 iron. And then you go find a plains or a desert village. And now once you're in this village, hopefully you can bring some cows with you. Then you set up a villager breeder, which would then enable you to set up a produce farm, a trading hall, and an iron golem farm. The order, the sequencing of these 3 things doesn't really matter. Whatever you feel you want to tackle first. And the produce farm is even questionable in this sequence, because that's just to help your emerald supply, because you need more emeralds to be able to buy all the things that you're going to need to buy, like books, enchanted books, and a diamond armor and diamond tools and stuff. So you're going to need a lot of emeralds, and a produce farm is a very good way of getting emeralds. But the produce farm is even questionable. Yeah. Okay. So let's rewrite this. Cow breeder into and you know, at this point you've now been eating one of the best foods in the game. You should, in continuing to farm the best food, you should be building up a huge supply of leather. So you've now got a cow breeder into iron mining for 30 to 60 iron, into find a plains/desert village. Not one in a forest, because that's too many spots for a mob to hide. Then you want to set up a villager breeder, and then you want to set up a trading hall / iron golem farm, and then a produce farm, depending. So I'll put an asterisk there. So F3D to clear chat. That's my final answer. You want a cow breeder to give you one of the best foods in the game, to then get full leather armor. So that way your first time mining, you at least have some armor. Then you want to get 30 to 60 iron, build full iron armor, a couple of buckets, and a couple of hoppers. You do not need iron tools. After that, grab a couple of cows, all of your iron and all of your leather and all of your steak, and then go find a plains or desert village. At this village, hijack it and build yourself a villager breeder. Now that you have an infinite number of villagers, you're going to want to set up a trading hall. Out of this trading hall, you want 3 blacksmiths and a leather worker for sure. Yeah, 3 blacksmiths and a leather worker for sure. Sell all of your leather to the leather worker, sell all of your, and then set up, at the same time, set up an iron golem farm. Then sell all of your leather and sell all of your iron. Now you should have a ton of iron. At that point, you should be able to push your way through to the end of the blacksmiths, or of the smith trades, which should allow you to buy full diamond armor, full diamond weapons, and full diamond tools. If you need more emeralds, if the emeralds supplied by the cow breeder and the iron golem farm is not enough, then also add a produce farm and maybe a fishing farm. Yeah, cool. I like that a lot. That's my answer of how to get through Minecraft. So, like, produce farm, fishing farm. If you need more emeralds. Because I'm not expecting you to have iron at this point, and produce farms don't require redstone. Fishing farms don't require redstone. So you should be able to do all of that with relatively basic resources. And the Yolk just gifted a sub. My dude. Oh, hey. The Samantha. Yeah. So that's it. That's my hardcore roadmap for you. Sick. I hadn't heard that fishing farms are getting nerfed. They are getting nerfed, but they're still good to build. There's a lot of negative hype around them getting nerfed. Don't buy into it. They're still very good. Very good. Did you get all of your XP of playing, or did you use like AFK fishing farms? And also, this is the 3rd time I'm watching your stream. Loving it. So if we try to say that my personal best in levels was 412. So if we just say that I have 400 levels, I would say that 350 of it came from a fishing farm / auto skelly XP farm. I'd say that like 25 levels came from a drowned farm. No, 25 levels from villager trading, from V trading. 15 levels from the drowned farm, and 10 levels from my raid farm. If we try to break up the 400 levels that I have. So 350 from the fishing farm plus the auto skeleton XP farm, which is basically AFK. 25 levels from villager trading, putting me at 375. 15 levels from the drowned farm, which you can actually see right there, putting me at 390, and then 10 levels from the raid farm, which is way off in the distance. That's how, yeah. I think that's probably, that's my rough approximation. I don't know what the actual breakdown is, but if I had to guess, that's what my guess would be. Screen capping. Oh, I missed a hydrate. Screen capping so I can copy this build order. Yeah! I'm catching up on chat. I did kind of go on like a lecture / monologue there. I apologize for that, chat. Okay, so the bamboo should come out through and align itself correctly. So let's go get some of the bamboo from this thing. Is there just a supply of bamboo that's not being used? That's where a lot of my bamboo's at. Okay, so we don't need these anymore. So let's just take those and go put them where they're supposed to go. There's a spruce village right next to a plains. Is that good? So trees are the problem. There's no way that you're going to be able to light a 256 square, because you don't need to light caves yet. So there's no way that you can light up a 256 block square area. The problem with not being able to light up that area is mobs can hide under trees. And you do not want to be risking like skeletons and zombies coming and getting you when you think you're safe. You want, and it's also really hard to properly light forests. So it's not the plains that gives you the mechanic. It's the clear area to build around. It's the clean area to build around. So as an example, I have a plains village just here, right? So I have some natural borders here. So I have some lakes, some rivers that I could build around. The large flat area that's immediately near me, where mobs would be able to spawn and then path to me, it would be very, very, very easy to light up. I kind of want to avoid rivers, because rivers are hard to get lit up properly, so that way to stop drown from spawning, but it is still possible. It's just difficult. So really, as I kind of look at stuff like this, even plains might be a little too tough for the beginning. Ideally, you would find a desert village. That would probably be the easiest. So I guess it kind of just comes back to your personal risk tolerance. Spruce villages are probably the most risky. A plains village is probably the next riskiest, and a desert village is probably but in deserts you can get husks, which are zombies that don't burn in the daylight, which is risky in a different way. Yeah, deserts and plains are roughly the same risk. It's just, again, it's personal risk tolerance. Do you want to deal with like rivers and drowned and like the nearby biomes? Or do you want to deal with like husks not dying in daytime? So that's all just personal risk tolerance. Savannah? Savannah's good too. I kind of forgot about Savannah villages. Again, just finding a village is villager trading can get you to the late game. That's really what this is trying to show you. And villager trading is much safer than manually finding diamonds and then manually enchanting it. You can control all variables with villager trading, whereas you cannot control the variables surrounding mining or enchanting with enchanting tables and things like that. Okay, so we need to take, I guess at this point we want a cactus farm, right? Is that where we're at? Do we need to do any research to figure out what the best cactus farms are? See you later, Yolk. Take care, man. Did I just... Oh, no, I didn't miss anything. I got that one, too. What if I moved the villagers into the plains? I mean, you could. Again, that just depends on your personal risk tolerance. So you would still have that spruce right next door in which mobs would be able to... Oh, hey, something just went through. Did it fill up that quickly? Yeah, look at that. Okay, so what we want to do I have a bucket? I do have a bucket. Sick. We're kind of moving through this project a little bit slow, but we're having some great conversations, so I really appreciate you guys. It's still been wildly fun. I'm just gonna punch a hole right here to catch the water stream, because it doesn't really matter. Where this goes just yet. Did I put that hole in the right spot? I did put the hole in the right spot. So when we get... Cool, I mean, that's working as expected. And now you can see how that set of...
Look at the size of that
Dude,
thing!
Ona with the 3... What a strange number. I bet that's got to be currency conversion. I'm going to call it $5. Ona with the $5. Thank you. Super generous, my man. I appreciate it. Okay, so I need to get the dropper filled so that way the item output is correct. So the subtraction of the comparator is the correct subtraction. And a zombie pigman spawned again. Did he walk into the right spot? Was it because... Do eggs need like 3 blocks of height? This worked. Huh. We did that research for cactus farms. I can link you the video if you want. Yeah, sure, okay. Private message it to me though. Please. What did I just say I needed? I needed a ton of blocks, a ton of junk blocks. I need like... Realistically, I need something like, what is it, 7.5 stacks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Yes, exactly 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inventory spaces. See you later, Tail. Have a good night, my man. Would it be a flex? Would it be a flex to use iron blocks as my 7 stacks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Put in the sand. Yeah, let's use iron blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And technically just a half. Wait, no. Was it 7.5 or was it 6.5? Am I dumb? It's 7.5. I'm actually an idiot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. That was almost a perfect flight. So 7.5 being subtracted out of our comparator here. So whenever we add in, look at it just going up. So whenever we add in our bamboo, it shouldn't trigger the redstone because the minimum threshold isn't being, see, it didn't trigger the redstone, even though we have 54 bamboo in here. It didn't trigger our redstone because we didn't meet the threshold that was specified by our comparator subtraction system. Pretty good. It's almost like we planned that out or something. Okay, so from this point, we now have bamboo hooked up. So I want to do, oh wow, this is quite a long video. But it's alright. It's alright. We might need... He warns us that we might need to jump around a little bit. Here, going back to the person that asked me about how I got all of my levels, I'd be willing to show you real quick, because we're gonna need we got a video that we need to do some research with. So I have a fishing farm. Fill my inventory, because the fishing farm sometimes does put fish in your inventory. And this is a skeleton automatic experience grinder. So I have a skeleton spawner underground that I'm currently standing within range of. So it's spawning me skeletons. The skeletons, of course, go into some water streams, up a bubble elevator, across a little path, and then they fall down, landing, wow, perfect timing, at exactly 1 health. The wolves default aggro to skeletons, so they kill the skeletons. And because the wolves are player owned, when the wolves kill them, it's considered a player kill, which means that we get the experience. Now this is fully automatic, I don't have to do anything, but it has a very, very narrow activation window, right? Because you have to be within, what is it, like 20 blocks of a spawner for it to be active? So it's a very narrow activation window. So we're like, well, how do we make sure that we're inside that activation window as much as possible? So then I was like, hell with it. I'm just gonna build every single AFK farm inside of that activation window. That's what we did. So this is a fishing farm. This is an AFK tree farm. This is an AFK nano farm, AFK cobblestone generator. That's also an ore converter and also a concrete farm. AFK netherwort farm, AFK pumpkin carver. You get the point. So we have all of these AFK rooms that are perfectly positioned so that way we're inside of the range of the skeleton spawner and also inside the range that experience orbs can track to the player. And so now, I just AFK at one of these farms. So I'm gonna do the F3T trick. So I hold right click on my mouse, I hit F3T, I release my mouse, and then I Alt Tab. And now, I'm automatically fishing while we do our research. So we are going to be looking.
Sign is, and it should also give you a guideline so you can decide how higher and of course.
Yeah, he's going to cover the
There are some
basics of
exceptions, of course.
cactuses.
So
We
we'll
don't
set
need the
the random
basics.
tick speed.
We know Cactus Basic 101.
At 2.38 cacti per hour. So this number of course refers to playing at the default random tick speed of 3. So where did I get this number from? I actually copied this setup over 360 times and measured it for 200 hours. So this number should be pretty accurate. This is basically the 100% value of cactus farms.
So in a lossless cactus farm, we get 2.39 cactus per hour, assuming it's lossless. So that's the first bit of relevant information. What am I building? I'm building a automatic furnace experience generator. Furnace farm, furnace experience farm, whatever you want to call it. Some combination of those words. Can I see your iron farm? Ask again in a little bit. We're currently working on the cactus half of the experience generator. Have you ever set up the stream deck? Maybe. Maybe I set it up. I've got a few more that I want to add, like what is it, the run, like run, bum 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 bum. I don't something like that, right? Anyway, we needed 5 cactus every 3 minutes and 16 seconds. 5 cactus every 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Which I think we said is 30 cactus. It's gotta be way more than that, doesn't it? Damn, that's a fun AFK room. I forgot about the auto-click trick. That also didn't work on Bedrock. Yeah. I mean, you could also use like macros or, you know, put a rubber band around your controller or something like that. But I think auto-click or fishing farms had to be very different for Bedrock. I don't think that they can be, you know, this style in Bedrock. Why do you need so many cacti? Because we will be auto-smelting the cacti into green dye. Every time a cactus is smelted, it generates 1 experience, which is then stored inside of the furnace. The player can then receive that experience, or retrieve that experience, by pulling a completed item out of the furnace. And then all the experience that's been generated over the over that furnace's session will be given to the player in 1 bulk swoop. So say I smelt 20,000 cactus, right? At 1 experience per cactus, I will then receive 20,000 experience. And that's the whole concept of a furnace experience generator. TLDR, 400 levels isn't enough for him. I mean, I want to use it to repair my mending tools very, very quickly. I want to use it to further flex. I mean, I want to get up to like, I think our next goal is level 420. I think that is for the memes. And then I think we go for like level 666 because my birthday is June 6th and which is 66. So it's like, 6 is my number. So we're gonna go for 3 of them for no reason. And then I think I want to break. I think I want to break 4 digits. I want to break 1,000 levels. Level 696. Yeah, and then go for like 1337. Exactly.
It is.
Okay, so anyway, a single cactus yields 2.39 cactus per hour. Which you could then divide that by 60. Okay, this should be easy math. Hang on. Calculator. So 2.39 is per hour. So divided by 60 is per minute. And then we need basically 3 point nope, I screwed it up again. 2.39 divided by 60 is how many cactus per minute, right? So then I need to multiply that number to find out, so by 3 1/4 to get how many cactus per every 3 minute and 15 second window. So then that yields 1.129 cactus per 3 minute and 15 second window. Okay, is everybody on board with that so far? So now we know how many cactus per every 3 point something minute window, and now we need to take this and continue to multiply until we find out how many cactus that it would take. Can I copy this? So how then do I take that number and use it to find how many cactus I need to have 5 minutes? So this is 1 cactus will provide that many. This is how many cactus I need. So it'd be like times 50 to get 5? No, it'd be like times 40. So can I do like times 40? Okay, clear. Multiply times 35. Okay, that's not enough. Times 45. So that would give me 45 cactuses would give me 5.82 cactuses every 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Every 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Right? And we want to be cactus heavy, not bamboo heavy. What's also interesting about this is 45 cactuses is an interval of 9, and that makes it very easy to build a 3x3 grid of cactus. So that would be, 9, 18, 27, 36, 45. So that would be a 5-layer 3x3 grid. So it'd be a 5-layer 3x3 grid of cactus. Is somebody that's smart? Can somebody else that's smarter than I am double check that for me? Huh. Okay, we're gonna roll with 45 cactuses for now. Until somebody smarter than I am can double check that.
The cactus farms that use the full efficiency of the cactus growth algorithm but has about 60 hoppers. So if you would have here on
And
this
that's
side,
it's also good to be cactus heavy because we're assuming some loss, because I think that cactus farms can never be 100% efficient. I think that cactus farms can only be like 90 to 95% efficient at peak rates. Because you always have to assume, well, maybe not. Maybe if you put a hopper minecart above it, maybe they can be 100% efficient. But we're not gonna do that because we don't want hopper minecarts. So any cactus farm that I would be interested in building, I think can only be 90 to 95% efficient. So his numbers might be a little off for us. So it's okay to go a little over, right?
right? Because if you would have a full block here, then a lot of the cactus items would pop to the side, bounce against the block, and fall straight down. So you
Which is loss. So you can overcome that by using something like a fence in this position instead of a glass block. But then what if the cactus breaks and goes straight up and falls straight back down? It's lost, no matter what. And the only way to not lose that cactus is with a hopper minecart.
system by using.
So we can skip. We don't need to know this. We know fences work.
To do some
And it still provides a hitbox that they can escape through.
always enough space between the cactus plants. The items that would shoot
And you
to
could
the
also
side
use fence gate. Yeah, right.
would never hit another cactus. And in densely stacked cactus farms, that's actually one of the issues where a lot of the loss comes from. The cactus items would hit either neighboring.
Yeah, because cactus are like a 95% block. It's not the size of a full block. So whenever this cactus would pop off, it would then either directly collide with its neighbor, or it would land on the lip of the sand that's below its neighbor, and it would still then get destroyed. And even if it didn't get destroyed by its neighbor, it's now stuck on this lip, and it will just sit there until it despawns.
Cactus plants or cactus plants below, so you can also stack this on top of each other, and then it could easily happen that one of the cactus item that pops to the side would which cactus farm testing world I tested about 20 different cactus farm designs, and I got some definitely interesting results out of it. So I just want to go through the research development I did and start with some basic farms. So
Okay, I don't want to know the history of it. I know. So the answer either has to be, so cactus farms. So some obvious stuff. You don't want to place a solid block to hold up your sand. You want to place something, ideally intangible. But if you can't go intangible, so no hitbox, then I think you want to use a slab. So I wonder if technically the best thing to hold up a cactus is like a fence gate, like an open fence gate.
Plans. For example, the item could actually land here on the side of the sand block, then would also get destroyed by the cactus.
He's talking about what I was describing
This is one
earlier.
of the issues with those farms, and this basically costs some efficiency. Actually, I can already give you some numbers. So this was 10 layers stacked up on top of each other, and you get 1.39 cacti per hour per cactus plant. If we compare this with the design, where we have one layer or collection layer every layer, you get 1.76 cacti per cactus plant. So it's more efficient, but also more effort, since you need to build the water collection or whatever collection you use every layer.
What's also interesting about these is whenever you start to talk about rates per cubic block required. So whenever you have like one that's very bulky like this, yes, the number of cactus is the same, but it takes up way more space to build. And why space is important, because what if in the extra space that it took here, you could build even more cactus. So yes, more cactus would be less efficient, but the rates might be, because you would have some loss, but the rates might be better because would you rather have 80% of $100 or 100% of $50? I'll type that into chat so you can see 80% of $100 versus 100% of $50. Everybody's gonna choose to have 80 bucks of, or 80% of $100 because that's $80. Whereas 100% of $50 is only $50. So yeah, I would drop a $20 bill if it means that I can pick up 4 more. So efficiency isn't everything. You also have to consider rates per cubic block required.
So next I want to mention Zizuma Void's cactus farm efficiency video from 3 years ago, which is the reference for efficient cactus farms. He came to the conclusion that the best possible design is having a collection, water collection layer for every single cactus layer, and
Personally,
also
I'm
completely
that
surround
1%
cactus
of
plant
$1.
with glass panes or iron bars.
You got a chuckle out of me,
According to my
Well played.
testing, this conclusion was only partially true. So it is correct that a water collection every layer is beneficial, but from my testing, it doesn't matter at all if you only have a single block on the side of the cactus or if you're completely surrounded. So according to Zizuma's testing, it is beneficial to have more glass panes or iron bars here on the side, but yeah, let's just take a look at my numbers that I got from 10 hours of testing. So this was the design, the single fence between 2 cacti plants. We got 1.76 cactus per plant per hour. Now let's take a look.
El Mango's coming out, calling out Exuma here.
Materials, fences, iron bars, and cobble walls. So the second one is completely surrounding it by fences. I got 1.75.
So 0.01 difference, which is a statistically irrelevant difference.
Then next was the iron bars.
Especially considering the scale in which these things are built at.
We got a little bit more, but this was probably just
a 0.02 difference, which again is statistically irrelevant.
Yeah, some inaccuracy of the testing. Should have tested maybe for 100 hours to get more precise numbers. We got 1.78, and here we have the cobble walls, 1.75.
1.75, which is a 0.01 difference. Again, statistically irrelevant. Interesting. Okay, so we need to start skipping ahead. This is what James was telling me last night.
Fill up the gaps between the fences here of the end rods. Also, if you look at the black lines, they completely align with
end rods have the same hitbox as fences do, and this is what James and I were looking at last night,
so no
which is what
item
I'm
would ever
curious
be
about.
able to land at the base of the end rod or on the fence, so you completely close up the blocks in between the fences that would break the cactus. So let's check out the numbers of the design of the end rods next. We get 1.49 cactus per plant per hour. This means we have a 62% efficiency. So let's compare the numbers again to the design without the end rods. We got 58% efficiency here, and now we got 4% more to reach 62% efficiency, just preventing items from landing on top of the fence.
Which is still lower. which is still lower than the design that Exuma presented that was completely surrounded by iron bars or glass panes.
This here. What this design doesn't do yet is aligning all the items. Because if an item just jumps from this block or this height to the left, you could still get destroyed here.
Oh, so you have to do it in every position. So this will be very block
additional
intensive.
fences or end rods. I'm using a fence here because it's just cheaper, but I could also use end rods all the way, like this, and this will also further increase the efficiency. But then we're still missing the other gaps, basically the blocks here in the middle, be an option.
Okay, so let's skip ahead to the punchline.
Further prevent them from getting destroyed on the lower layers. So
this is what James and I were looking at last night.
End rods also in between. And this would then raise the efficiency to 75%. So it's as efficient as the water collection every layer design. Exact same efficiency of 75%.
But it's much denser, which means that you could put more in the same area. So let's say that you have a 10 by 10 by 10 area to build this cactus farm. This is the cactus farm that you would want to build because you'd be able to get more rates, like more cactus per hour out of the same space. So this is the one that you would want to build.
So now we got the same efficiency with this design and the multiple water collection layers design. Of course, the advantage of this design here is that it's more compact, so you can easily see, but it's a bit more expensive, but that also depends. So the materials you will need are more fences, cobble walls, and end rods, which in my opinion are pretty cheap in case you have a blaze farm and efficient chorus fruit farm, which easily can be built in survival. So in case you don't need to worry about the amount of materials you use.
I don't care about
you can
material
actually
cost.
use a fence also at the glass block layer. This is also possible since it doesn't connect, so this already makes it a little bit cheaper. I also checked the total amount of blocks you need to use in order to build both the water collection and this farm here. And actually this one here uses slightly fewer blocks than the water collection farm over there with the same efficiency. So definitely
Yeah, but
argument
it's much
to be
harder
made,
to build this one.
To build this farm. But we're still not done with the development. I also got another 20% efficiency improvement because I actually wanted to test if we could maybe make this even cheaper by using slabs instead of the glass blocks, which I tried over there, and to my surprise we now have a 96% efficiency, or 2.3 hectares per
Maybe we
plant
should have gone
per
off
hour.
of this number instead.
In the end, it's actually easy to explain what actually happens here. If you have a normal block instead, then it could actually happen.
Yeah, it's going to
cactus
bounce against, whenever the cactus goes up, it'll bounce against the bottom of the solid block and then fall back down on the cactus, whereas the slab gives it more room to fly out. Yes, it makes sense. We got it. This is probably why you can't use a fence gate here, because it would connect to the fence. Which makes sense. So why...
Also
Why not a
investigated it would
trapdoor?
be more efficient to maybe use trapdoors to have even more space
Or a
above,
fence gate.
or even, for example, string, but the numbers were exactly the same. So 2.29 and I think this was 2.31. So yeah, just a slight
Statistically
discrepancy
irrelevant. Yeah,
could be
he's right.
explained just by some variety of the numbers. With more accurate testing, I'm quite sure those three designs will perform exactly the same. So after I noticed how important it is to use slabs 2 blocks above the cactus, I also went back and adjusted the other designs I tested earlier. Again, it is also 75. Yeah, this boy, it actually this
Alright. So
because
TLDR...
he basically used different
Wait,
setup.
there's
So
another
he
10
had
minutes in this video!
slab design with this one here, so exactly on 2 sides, it's only surrounded by air blocks. All the drops they would fly, in this case, to the left here, or to this side. It would be a test this. You would go 96% of so make tested 19,000. Obviously with this setting, with this farm, we're getting
Wild.
2 CF per hour compared. That means we still have a 95.5% efficiency compared to the 96% efficiency with the 6x6 and 10 layer high design. So that's just the back on the side. And to aware of the
I'm trying to skip
compensate it,
through so that way I
and we
can see his punch
slap
line. Oh
it.
yeah, he did the
also
diagonal
want my
design,
map
but he
layer.
didn't present that sooner.
It's just
So we have to assume that
every
that's a scuff
four
design,
corners,
right?
And all the items are perfectly flushed to the middle where they just then drop down. I really like this aspect of this farm. Right, so yeah, the thing about this, you need to limit the size to a 4x4. Yeah, since it only works out with the water streams this well with this size. So yeah, here we got basically 16 cacti per layer, and I stacked it 40 layers high. Fields also on story. So basically, we get 0.027
Garbage rates.
cacti per hour. 55% with 34,000 water. This is by far the most compact cactus farm design. So we get 0.15 cacti per hour per block, compared to 0.09 layer every layer design. When it comes to the effort, it's this per hour blocks. The competitive.
Yeah, but we're not going to be
more
building it
effort
at
on
that
this design.
scale. We
So
only need
another
45
interesting
cactus, it looks like.
And the water like growth needed. Ceph blinked at 25,600 cacti per hour to scale, cause a number again, and it's also lag friendly. Then the Ceph blink.
Okay, we're going with the end rod design. So it is exactly as James and I discussed last night. It's this thing right here. So we need to go back and we need to look at the rates that he discussed here. So it's not 1.76. It's something like, it was like something like 3 or 2.3. So we need to take, so let's pull out another calculator. So it is 2.3 cactus per hour, right? Divided by 60 to get cactus per minute. And that's very comparable to this number here. So now we're at cactus per minute. And now we need to get up to 3 minutes, cactus per 3 minutes and 15 second window. So that's multiplying by 3.25. And now we have a cactus of 1.24 cactus per minute. And now we need to get up to, 5 cactus per that same time frame. So we need to take this number, make sure that I control C it. So we need to take that number, and we're going to try 45 again. And I think that's still a perfectly fine number. Because looking at this rate, 2.3 cactus per minute per cactus. Excuse me, 2.3 cactus per hour per cactus, right? We then figure out what it is per minute, and then we take what it is per minute and find out what it is per every 3.25 minutes. And then we figure out how many cactus it would take to get 5 cactus every 3.25 minutes. And it would take 45 cactus to get 5.6 cactus per minute at this rate. So we need 45 cactus. And then we will have a 0.6 extra cactus in this farm, which I think is fine, because our actual average, so we need 45 cactus. We can close all of this now. Our average bamboo was actually slightly higher than 20. It was like 20.7 or something like that. I forget what it was. So our average bamboo was actually like 20.7. So having slightly more cactus would also account for the slightly more bamboo that we rounded out earlier. For reference, I have calculated what I have without the end rods themselves, and I have 45 to 26 bamboo, and I'm well into positive. Nice. So we need 45 cactus. I want to type that in. I have no idea how much bamboo I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34. I have 34 cactus. or excuse me, 34 bamboo. But mine is not an observer-based design. Mine's the double piston extension, which lets cactus sit. So it's less efficient than the observer design. But I didn't want to use a hopper minecart. I really wanted a water stream, which this design works way better with a water stream. Because I think I remember seeing this statistic somewhere that one hopper minecart is worth like 66 open hoppers. It's wild. So now what we need to do, we need to build ourselves a cactus farm that is a, I mean, 45 cactus works nicely. Is there anything else that we would divide into? So if we did a 4x4, that's 16 cactus per layer, so that'd be 16 into 32 into 48, which is even more cactus, which we don't need. If we did a 5x5 area, that would be 25 and 50, which would be even more cactus that we don't need. If we did 6x6, yeah, it's just, we're getting ridiculous. So it's either, I mean, a 2x2, I think a 3x3 is gonna be perfect. So we need to get a 3x3 thing of cactus, and we want, at the bottom it goes into a water stream. So we probably want, we want to fill up a chest first, because a chest is going to be a finite number of cactus, right? Once that chest is full, then we want to take all the extra cactus and put them in the hopper, and then we want to destroy any cactus past that. So hell, this doesn't even need to be here. This could probably just be, I mean, we're gonna say the word cactus a lot. My brain right now. It's all right, we got it. It's 45 cactus at a very specific configuration. We want a little bit of sand. We'll just bring all the sand with us. We want all of our cactus. We gotta be very careful not to accidentally smelt it early, because this is literally all the cactus I have in this world. Oh, we have this block here. Oh, hey, this block doesn't need to exist. Sick. So, like, this is literally what we do. And then we have a cactus storage system right here. So probably just like a cactus shulker, right? Or maybe like a cactus barrel here, because barrels are even less lag. So how would we get I'm thinking. So we we want a shulker in that space. I don't know if I have. Shulkers are laggier than barrels, but shulkers also allow us the opportunity to move the cactus if we ever needed to bring it somewhere. Yeah, let's just go with a barrel. I don't care. Yeah, we'll just go with a barrel. It's fine. Let's put like a barrel here, and then we could do something like, this is gonna look terrible probably. There's a barrel, and then we could make like the blocks around it green or something, so that way we denote that it is. I don't like how this room is now 4D, even though it was originally a 5D room. Do we need to push this entire thing back? How's your day been? My day's been great, dude. I've really enjoyed the conversation in today's stream. Chat room's been pretty sick. How's it going, Maddie? How are you today? I need more rockets, and I need more ender pearls. Oh, it's raining, so they're not gonna die. What? That should have been a hit. All right. Do we really want to scoot this whole thing back one? So that way the room here looks a little bit better. Or do we just not care? I just don't think I care that much. And then something to denote that this is like cactus or something like that, right? And then the other side is going to be kelp. Yeah, okay. And then what? For the end of this, interestingly, oh, that might have been a mistake. Water doesn't wash away cactus, so we could do something like this. Oh, hey, it wasn't a mistake. Sick! The idea here being any bamboo that isn't needed by the collection or by the furnace experience generator is just destroyed on account of this. Temporary light. Okay, so then we need an actual cactus farm. That somehow puts items into this hopper. And then if it doesn't like them in this hopper, do we have a trapdoor? I do have a trapdoor. I should be able to waterlog that trapdoor. And then have the right? I should be able to waterlog the trapdoor, which would send the water flowing this way. And then I should be able to have it, it might not be enough room. I was like, maybe I could have it go into a bubble stream that goes up. But that's just not enough room. I think I need 4 blocks of space to be able to do that, not 3. Don't forget string to prevent it from growing. Oh yeah, that's right. Have you finished the portal yet, by the way? Yeah, I think we did finish the portal. Because, and let's see if we have them trapped still. Yeah. Portal's on. Zombie pigment in a hole. Seems good to me. Come on, little buddy. You can do it. Get up here. I don't think he's gonna make it. Okay, it's nighttime now. This way I can get it to stop raining, damn it. Free the pigmen. Ugh. They don't deserve it.
That's low.
Alright, so just to sate my curiosity. Oh, I don't have a bucket on me. Let's go get a bucket. And I didn't even place down the string that I just went and got. Does this work? Cool, it would. And then if I were to drop the bucket, it would get picked up by the hopper. And that's placed into the barrel. But it's still, but I don't have to worry about the hitbox of the hopper causing an item to get stuck. I wanted to go into this hopper first, and then into this hopper after. So how do we do that? And yeah, let's get this string down. Thinking. Anybody have any ideas of how to get this to go into... I mean, I guess we could take the stream back one. We would be able to destroy the trap door. Yeah, that's probably the answer. Give me a second to think on it. And then we could align the items against one of the outer walls by building, say, the farm in this space. Yeah, probably. So I could move this block back one. Let's pick up the water. That's fine, we don't care. So we make the water right here. We align the items to either this wall or this wall, so that way they float over top the hopper on these outer edges. That way they don't risk getting caught in the hopper's hitbox. Then we need a slab here, and then this will actually be a bubble elevator, the smallest bubble elevator ever, taking the items up. Yeah. The smallest bubble elevator ever, taking the items up into this space. Where we then deposit them here. So we drop our cactus into this point. It would then flow forward, go up a bubble elevator, which would be there. And then it would flow over top the hopper, and if the hopper is full, then it flows into the cactus, thus destroying it. Sounds right to me. I don't think I need to go pick up kelp, because this should only be like a couple of blocks, like a couple of buckets of water. You know what, Rotex? I think I could have lived my entire life without you ever sharing that piece of information. Yeah, that's fine. Where's that hole at? I think it's that. Yeah. So then we want here. Into here. Into here. And then this should align our items on the left edge. Let's throw in a bucket because we just don't care. Oh wait, it's gonna just get picked up by this hopper. Okay, well we'll just pretend that we throw it in on that side because I don't want to try to go figure out how to lock that hopper. Well, we need a block on top. Which makes this a lot harder to test. Okay, cool. It still worked, even with the reduced time that it would have in order to get to the correct spot. So it looks like it's good to me, so then all I need to do is build a cactus farm that would then feed this water stream, aligned either left or right. Probably right, actually. So that way, well, aligned either to this block or aligned to this block. And we probably want it aligned this way, which means that the cactus farm that we build should likely be straight up from this point. So that way, the water stream that comes under it aligns against this block. Specifically, if we were to try to build the cactus farm in this space, which there's definitely the space for a 3x3 cactus farm. If we were to try to build it in that space, then the cactus would align to this side, which means that whenever it goes up the water stream, it would be aligned to this side, which means that whenever it gets pushed forward, it might not be able to it might not have the time or the momentum to align to this outer edge. So we definitely want the cactus farm in this space. Do you have an ice farm, or do you just go glacier mining? Neither. I buy them from wandering traders whenever they come through. I did put like a little bit of ice, a little bit of water up here. But I've never, I mean, if I harvested it right now, this would be the first time I'd ever harvested this water. I'll go for it. Like, oh. This is the first time I've ever harvested this. So I went glacier mining once. And then from that point, I've been resupplying the ice that I have with villagers. So with wandering traders. You have a good witch hut farm that you made, or should I just find somebody else's design? I do not have a witch hut farm. No. Okay, so this is good. So we want to figure out the spacing. But like, thank you for checking in. That actually was a really nice sentiment. Sorry, I tried to get back to it, and then I realized what you had just asked me, and like, that was very kind. Purely for scientific reasons. How'd you get that setting? So like on some of the fancier on some of the fancier keyboards, like Corsair keyboards and Razer keyboards, they should have something that looks like this. So this is the Corsair one, where you can then build actions and macros and even map sounds into certain buttons on your keyboard. Or, you know, because this is the mouse that I have, or onto, you know, the side of your mouse. Okay, anyway, we don't want it right up against the wall. It can't be right up against the wall, but we want... So the floor of the cactus farm will likely be one block above this. It might be directly on this, I don't know yet. But it'll go up a bit. And then, I mean, it really should just be like a 3x3, right? I mean, we could just put it... Yeah, and then one more set of blocks over. Then a bunch of water streams to push all of that into this one spot, which will be block aligned. Which will be block aligned to this block, so that way whenever it goes up the water stream, it'll be block aligned here, which will give it the maximum amount of time to be block aligned here, which will allow it to skirt on this outer edge of the hopper and thus into the cactus. Seems good? Pog? Yeah? And this is a 3x3, so then we would go up. How high do we have before we start to run into Enderman teleport issues? Okay, so we need to figure out the height to make sure that this will work in this area. Okay, so to that end, we definitely want this to be as low as possible. So as low as possible is direct. So the water stream should be placed directly on these blocks here, which means that the sand will be... So if the water is at this height, so this is water, so then I need a block to hold up the sand, which will be a slab, which means our first sand will actually be at this height. Let's translate this to the wall. Yeah, those are the same height. So that's our sand, which is thus our first layer. You know what? Does it matter? Will there be anything inside here that's an Enderman teleport available spot? Because it's all going to be full of walls, fences, end rods, and cactus that are, and then water at the bottom, that will be so dense that there won't be a spot for Enderman to teleport. Where did I create my skin? I didn't. I just found it on the internet. Now, where did I find it? I have no idea. It was years ago. Years ago. I'm double checking. I'm building the cactus farm in my mind, looking at all of the blocks that will be inside of the cactus farm to then see if there will be a spot that an Enderman could teleport out of our darkroom mob farm and thus and land inside of the cactus farm? I can't think of one. I mean, we'll have to make sure that, like, I don't know, the roof is built out of slabs or something like that. Something that's not an applicable block for Enderman to teleport to. Outside of that, I don't think that we have any constraints. Meow. Okay, I'm gonna make the floor out of whatchamacallit. Whatchamacallit, diorite, which is kind of gross, but it's I'm gonna use it to indicate that this is water. Actually, no. Let's make it out of packed ice. That way it moves faster. So all of this. Oh no, we destroyed our cactus, buddy. Uh-oh, this is gonna be a little bit awkward. I can't replace the cactus because the block's in the way, but if I destroy the block, then the water flows out and destroys everything. Like, look at all this beautiful redstone it would destroy. Yeah, that was big brain. I aimed just perfectly so that way, and then I held both left click and right click. So that way as soon as the block was destroyed, I would get to place the cactus. Anyway. Big brain. Alright. So the floor at this level should be pure ice. So let's go ahead and fill in this gap. Don't need that. So we will need ice going from here to, I think it'd be here, because we got to think that there would be sand in this spot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let's hope I'm right. Let's build it from this way, so that way it's not over, like, weird stuff. Yeah, so sand is right there, which means if it pops off, we'll have a wall that encompasses all of this, which means that it would still fall in water right here. Okay, yeah, I'm about it. And this is packed ice, yeah? Okay, so we're not... I was like, uh-oh, I forgot to check if it was packed ice. Are we at risk of this ice melting and then creating water everywhere? No. That is not possible. That will not happen. Okay. Yes, I am very excited. And then from this point, we have... I mean, we're done with the ice. Let's go put that up. And then we need... ton more polished granite. And less string. A ton more. And then probably some granite slabs as well. I overshot because I was trying to fix my inventory. Ugh. Alright, so like this actually is that. Ooh, did I build this at the wrong height? How do we make the water streams work? I think I need to go one block further up. Because this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So water streams in each corner should end up with a center point that the water should be able to fall through. I need to go see if it's possible to create a 7x7 that ends up in this position. There's no way, right? With no dead spots? Ooh, Lord. It shouldn't be that big of a problem. We should just be able to destroy all the glass and then be able to move the glass up by 1. Or not glass, but the ice. Wait, does packed ice not melt at too high of a light level? No, it does not. Packed ice and blue ice can't melt. Regular ice can. Ugh. Yeah. This is too low. I need to go up 1 block. I shouldn't have destroyed as much as I did. I should have marked out, what is this, a 7x7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it would be that block is the next block up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here's where the next layer should actually be. No. I definitely lost some. We'll see how much. And then we put a fence gate right there. That's the thing that I forgot about last time. So then we have the water that's able to drop down and then move over into this spot. So we need a fence gate. I don't have a fence gate. Actually, we didn't lose a single glass because there's the 1 glass I would have lost. Okay. Fence gate and water buckets. I don't think I need trapdoors. Actually, I don't think I need any of my redstone stuff anymore. So we can dump that and probably save on a lot of inventory space. Dude, I'm so hyped though. We're so close. Yeah, I think that's the end of my inventory. Okay. Do you go mining for it in a frozen ocean, or do you have a farm? Sorry I asked earlier, but my dog busted in my room, so I went to put him outside. No, you're okay. In response to your question earlier, I said that I went mining in a ocean once for packed ice. I showed that I had built like this super rudimentary ice farm, but the first time I ever harvested it was right there to answering your question. So I literally just harvested it the first time 5 minutes ago. For all of my other glass, wandering traders. Every wandering trader that comes into my base, I open trade with and buy all of their ice. And then I murder them, of course. But only after buying all their ice. This might be a bad play. Okay. Now it's no longer a bad play. Oh no! Where did that go to? I missed a block! I think I just broke a filter for my tree farm. Okay, it's a bunch of broken torches. Wait, I should replace the blocks on the tree farm first. Please tell me you didn't break. Logs, saplings. Okay. Whoo, buddy. I was very nervous. I think I'm okay. Okay, so that should be perfect. It would then, so if I were to throw this bucket in, it should fall down left, you know, far side aligned, and then end up in that barrel inside of the room. And there's our buckets. And a trap door, I don't know what from. So from this point, I should be able to fill the rest of this in. And then we put a fence gate here. Open. You know what? I want to sleep real quick. And now every water stream ends up in the same spot. So I should then build the cactus farm above this point. Actually, this is wrong. It would be... I was like, tell me I have some sand on me. I mean, yeah, this is going to be the first layer of the cactus farm. Cactus mainly for dye. Nah. Cactus mainly for experience. I also need a bunch of fences. Fences. Okay, we don't need the barrels. We don't need the trapdoors. Don't need the stairs. I don't even need the buckets anymore. I'm gonna need a lot of granite, probably a lot of glass, and a lot of how many end rods do I have? And what do you make end rods out of? Is it because it's more effective than other farms, or just because it's AFK? Well, it's not AFK. It's completely automatic. It just needs to be loaded. And then the player just comes and grabs the experience. It's literally, think of it like a chest full of experience, because that's what it is. Except instead of it being a chest, it's a furnace full of experience. But it's effectively the exact same thing. I don't, and as far as is it more effective than other farms? It's the problem with effectiveness is it depends on its sense of scale. So I mean, if you have a full-on furnace array with you know, several hundred bamboo per minute with you know, divide that by 4. So if you say 400 bamboo per minute and then 100 cactus per minute into this furnace array, you'd then be creating crazy amounts of experience. But think about how big that is, and then compare that to something like an ender, a skeleton experience grinder, or even a super simple fishing farm is all experience farms. It's not more effective, but what it is it's what was the word that I forget who said this yesterday? Maybe it was Grog. I think it was Grog, actually. It's that it works with everything else in my base. So I can go AFK. So I can go AFK at my fishing farm right here. This gives me experience. Well, the skeleton experience grinder that's behind me also gives me experience. So we have a skeleton spawner underground here. They go through some water streams, up a bubble elevator, across a little path, and then they fall down, landing at exactly 1 health. The wolves are default aggro to skeletons, and because the wolves are owned by the player, when the wolves automatically attack the skeletons and kill them, it's considered a player kill, which means the skeletons drop their experience. We then get a bunch of experience from this. So boom, here's a skeleton. Imagine I'm fishing, getting experience from the fishing farm. And then I'm also getting experience from the skeleton experience grinder. Cool. And then also imagine, just right outside here, I have a furnace experience farm that's taking the bamboo from my bamboo farm and combining it with a cactus farm, which we're currently in the process of building, and combining it with the cactus farm, so that way we are automatically getting experience from this as well. Holistic. That was the word I was looking for. Boom Boom, you're amazing. So it's not that it's better, it's not that it's worse, it's not that it's compact, it's not that it's nothing. It's that it's holistic. It fits with the theme of my base, and the theme of my base is an everything all-in-one, a Swiss Army knife of a base. Okay, so the cactus, I mean, is obviously going to be sitting right here. I then need to figure out the... Maybe I shouldn't have placed those yet. I don't think it matters, though. We'll go for it. I need to get a bunch of fences. Thankfully, I have a fully automatic, or excuse me, an AFK tree farm, which I have sat at previously. And I have, let's take sticks. It does take sticks. Okay, so we're gonna convert all of this to planks. And then one of it to sticks. And now we get fences and fences. What is that, like 4.5 stacks of fences? Should be good. Does it still work in 1.16? What is it? We just talked about a lot of stuff. Base is amazing. Thanks! I've been playing a lot of Terraria lately, and I feel like the one thing Minecraft is missing is more boss fights and more end game. But your crazy builds is the one thing I enjoy. Major skeleton and tree farms. Yeah! You really need both the skeleton and... You really need both if you want the tree farm to work correctly. You could just use the tree farm in hand mode, but that would be tedious as hell. Yeah, cactus farms do work in 1.16. You missed the rant earlier. I really should just record some of these rants and then just like upload those rants to YouTube, because like I have a lot of like crazy theories. So like the theory that we were talking about earlier, not that, but the perfect, yeah, right here, this theory. Let me clear my chat log and then post this one. This is, in my opinion, in my theory, in my idea, the best way to approach a hardcore playthrough. The first thing that you do is you find cows, you breed some cows, you set up a cow breeder. Once you've set up this cow breeder, you should have all the steak that you need and full leather armor. So now that you have good food, like best food, and some armor, it's not good, but it's some, it's better than nothing, then you go iron mining for 30 to 60 iron. With the iron, you craft an iron helmet, chest, legs, boots, like 2 buckets, and the rest into hoppers, okay? You do not need iron tools or weapons. Just continue using your stone tools and stone weapons. Now that you have full iron armor, a couple of buckets, and hopefully more than a few hoppers, you want to go find a plains or desert village. Inside of that village, you want to set up a villager breeder. And once you've got this villager breeder set up, then you want to set up a trading hall so that way you can force the villagers into certain professions. That way you can get a blacksmith, well, all the smiths basically. So a weaponsmith, a toolsmith, and an armor smith. You also want a leather worker to sell the leather. Immediately after at the same time that you're setting up the trading hall, hopefully you're also setting up an iron golem farm, which should supply you with a crap ton of iron. So at that point, you can make your iron tools, which you'll need buckets to set up that iron farm, and then you'll also need some hoppers to be able to collect the iron automatically. Anyway. Then you have all of this iron. You should be able to sell the iron into your trading hall. And with that, you should be able to get a crap ton of emeralds, pushing further and further through the smiths, so weaponsmith, toolsmith, armorsmith, and eventually you should be able to just buy full diamond armor from your smiths. So full diamond armor, diamond tools, and diamond weapons, and this is diamond tools, from your smiths. And see, that's like one theory that I have. And the other theory is playing a lot of Terraria. I firmly believe that within less than 3 years, we get Minecraft adds a new dimension plus 3 bosses. That would be what I would say. In less than 3 years, Minecraft will add a new dimension. It likely to be a sky dimension, a sky or a heaven or something like that. And will add several new bosses. And like, I don't want to say bosses because a raid is kind of a boss, right? Like, obviously the Ender Dragon is a boss fight. The Elder Guardian is a boss fight. The Wither boss, it's in the name, he's a boss fight. But like, raids are a different type of boss fight. It's still absolutely like this high-end boss fight. But instead of it being one big bad guy, it is a swarm of medium guys. So, absolutely. So these 3 bosses, they don't have to be singular fights. They could be something analogous to the raid fight, right? But I would be willing to bet that we have 3 new end-game challenges. 3 bosses is what that simplifies to. 3 bosses and a new dimension within 3 years. So Mr. Noodle. And like, I have a whole plethora of evidence, some of it anecdotal, some of it very, very firm, that points to that being true. Which Fozzer just said one of them, and probably the most firm evidence is Mojang recently hired the guy that made the Aether mod. Yes, he was hired in December and started work in January. How much cactus are you planning on producing? Never seen anything this small. Well, we're gonna do 5 layers of this going straight up. So we'll have 45 cactus, should provide us with 5 cactus per 3 minutes and 15 seconds. That's the goal, is 5 cactus per 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Because that's what the approximate... How did you get out? That shouldn't have been possible. Anyway, because that's what the approximate rates of our bamboo farm can support. So our bamboo farm provides like 20.5. I'm just gonna simple. Our bamboo farm, I don't know how many bamboo it is. I think it was like 20 something, but it provides 20.5 cactus per 3 minutes and 3 minutes and 16 seconds is what it technically is. So it's 20.5 cactus every 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Well, 1 bamboo smelts 4 items. So simply, that's a 1 to 4, well, a 4 to 1 ratio. 4 bamboo, or excuse me, I typed that wrong. Delete that last message. 4 bamboo smelts 1 item. I typed that backwards. Okay, there's the correct, which is a 4 to 1 ratio. Okay, so if 20, wow, I typed a lot of this wrong. So we get 20.5 bamboo per 3. Let's just delete chat and start over. Damn, dude, I screwed that whole thing up. We're gonna have 45 cactus. No, let's start at the bamboo. Yeah, let's start at the bamboo. So the bamboo farm makes 20.5 bamboo every 3 minutes 16 seconds, right? Bamboo smelts, one bamboo smelts 1/4 of an item, right? Which means that we need 4 bamboo to smelt 1 item, or simply 4-to-1 ratio. So 20.5 bamboo means that we get 5 items. So 20.5, and I'm gonna round down here, gives us that ratio. So the 4-to-1 ratio at 20 bamboo gives us a 20-to-5. And we need a 20-to-5 ratio every 3 minutes and 16 seconds, technically. So to get the 5 cactus every 3 minutes and 16 seconds, we did a whole bunch of math that says that's like, it's like 42 cactus at like 96% efficiency, right? So we rounded up 42 cactus to give us, will equal, I think it's like 5.4 cactus per 3 minute and 15 second window. And that's the math that we did in order to determine the size of the cactus farm. Okay, anyway, I got my fences now. So we're gonna add, so if it's 9 cactus per layer, so we want 45 cactus at 9 cactus per layer, so that's just gonna be 45 divided by 9 equals 5 layers. So this is layer 1. Actually, I should have let that guy sit, because I could use him to do that. What's the easiest way to get all these fences in? Don't suppose anyone in here knows restreaming? If Twitch goes on US release date time rather than EU. For example, if a new game comes out today. I have no idea. Is this gonna be super awkward for me the entire time? Probably is. Oh, I also need cobblestone walls. Wait, there's so many zombie noises? Oh. Oh, whenever I killed the one, it must have reinforced. And so, like, every zombie on the map must have come running. I love killing a zombie, and then the zombie behind him picks up the rotten flesh. It's like he literally picks up his brethren and tries to smack me to death with his brethren's fallen body. He just jumped on top of a fence and continued building from there. This continues to be a great sign that we haven't, the portal hasn't shut off. And it did walls. Dude, they're still reinforcing. Hardcore, man. It's a thing. He was trying. Nico, how's it going, dude? He was trying to avenge his fallen comrade. Aw, damn. I accidentally misclicked. No, I just did it twice. Why would I do that? So dumb. I think I just destroyed a cactus. Okay, so it's supposed to be something like walls up the middle, all the way down to like this height. Which might be easiest to then build from, because walls all the way down will if we built walls all the way up, then it would be very easy, excuse me, it would be very easy to then place blocks against them. And see, we just get a jump place. And then this provides us with like a baseline. I don't know how high we need to go. I'm not particularly interested in counting. We'll just destroy whatever is unnecessary later. First layer of cactus farm is done, by the way. This should be, we need some end rods. That's the next thing that we needed. Oh, I kind of regret not picking up more end rods in the past. We're gonna need to build a chorus fruit farm. No. Please tell me I didn't just destroy an end rod, because I'm actually so dumb. I might have. What's this, a cactus farm? I mean, technically, yes, it's a cactus farm, but we're not using it as a cactus farm. We're using it as a storage system for experience. There's going to be an experience farm. That looks pretty good to me. So is this officially first layer done? So then I also need like a metric buttload of glass, don't I? If I want it to be all glass caged. Oof, lordy. How much glass do we have? How much glass do we have prepped? Damn. mean, we want to be able to see it, right? This is one of those things that we could, like, leave jutting up out of the side of our base. I'm probably going to collect some melons while I stand in this point. Okay, we didn't do the corners. That's fine. No melons. 20 blocks high. By the way, 4 blocks per layer. Sick! And we're not even gonna have enough glass to complete 2 layers. Oh. Well. I'm curious if it's even produced cactus yet. Hey, it has produced cactus. Look at that. I'm proud. And so once this barrel and the respective hopper that's behind it are completely full, then all of our cactus will be put into the hopper that is here. But see, it's... Wait. Is it actually full? Is our hopper in the correct state? Is it full of bamboo? I didn't expect it to be full of bamboo this quickly. Whoa! It is full of bamboo. Color me impressed. Well, that means our bamboo system is, I mean, it's done. We're destroying bamboo at this point. Oh, I just flew right back to where I started. So the bamboo is coming in this water stream, up and around, into the hopper right there, through the honey block. It's a little bit squirrely, but it works. And then if that hopper's full, which that hopper is full, it's this hopper, then it just gets destroyed on the cactus there. So as an example, I'm gonna throw in these 2 bamboo, up, around, and destroyed on the cactus. I'm kind of amazed. We have a huge backlog of bamboo. We need to get the cactus farm up and running now. So isn't the cactus farm, it will be, in order to minimize the number of end rods that I need, I believe it will be fence, it'll be 2 fences and then 2 end rods. Do I have that correct? Up 5 layers. I can't jump on that. I gotta land on top of the fence. So I believe it would be another fence, and then end rod, fence. Oh god, I can't place on fences. Okay, fence, and then end rod. And then see, that would be fence, but then I can't get back up there. I think that's right, though. Okay, it's kind of cool that I got stuck here. Nope. Oh, where am I going? Okay, so whenever I pillared up with these, I should have been pillaring up my neighboring blocks here. I think it's a little late to care though. Yeah, I got it correct. Jump boost beacon, maybe? Oh, yeah, maybe a temporary jump boost beacon. That's a pretty good idea. What a big brain! I'm a big dumb idiot, so, like, thank you for compensating for my idiocy. Alright. And so it'll go end rod, fence. So we need to set up a jump boost beacon, and probably that beacon that we're currently under the effects of. So what do we want? Do we want to get rid of regen or resistance? Both of which seem pretty nice. You know what? I think we have a spare beacon. Let's just set up a spare beacon with jump boost right next to this. What do we need all the cactus for? A furnace experience farm. So we did. Let me take a nap real quick. TLDR, we have a bamboo farm that basically it's like a all-in-one, does everything, an all-purpose bamboo farm. And how many stacks is it? Is it like 2.5 stacks? I'll just bring this. And bring that. I need to trash stuff. So you take bamboo, use bamboo as a fuel source, and then you take cactus, and cactus, whenever you smelt cactus, it turns into green dye, and then it stores 1 experience inside of the furnace. So if you build a large enough bamboo farm with a large enough cactus farm, you can consistently generate admittedly 1 experience at a time, but you can still consistently generate a significant amount of experience on a long enough time scale. To access this experience, you just pull an item out of the furnace, which nothing has gone through this furnace yet, but you just open a furnace and then pull the item out of it, and then you'll be given the experience. So if I were to say run this system overnight, I would expect what do we do? We found it's 5.4 cactus per 3 minutes, per 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So it'd be, Alexa, what's 60 divided by 3.25?
60 divided by 3.25 is 18.4615.
18.4615, let's round it and call it 18.5. So we're getting 18.5 sets of 5 cactus, right? So it'd be 18.5 times 5.4, and that's how much experience per hour we would be getting. Let's just round that down because that's what we've been doing here. Alexa, what's 18.5 times 5?
18.5 times 5 is 92.5.
So we're gonna get roughly 92.5 experience per hour stored in a furnace that we can use whenever we need. So then imagine an overnight session in 92.5, even if we round it down and say 90 experience on an 8-hour session is going to be, what, 720 experience after multiple round downs? So it should be like we should be able to store several thousand experience in this without too much of a problem. Follow-up question. What do you need all that experience for? The flex. No, but for real, the easy answer and the more accurate answer is mending tools. So in long sessions of using a mending whatever, a mending thing, a quick way to, how much, out of curiosity, this is a flex beacon if I've ever seen one. Speed haste. So we gotta get to second level to get jump boost too. So mending tools. So just having the ability to say like, oh hey, I'm gonna just flick this lever and click this one thing, and boom, my mending tool is full durability again. Will be very, very convenient. Sorry for triggering yours. Will jump boost 2 be enough? Or excuse me, jump boost 1 be enough? Yeah, okay, cool. I don't need to go hard. To repair with mending, is it 1-to-1? I believe it is a 1-to-1 of XP to durability. There is some questions about, actually I'm not even going to bring up the glitch with the system because it's being fixed in 1.16. So it's kind of an irrelevant glitch. Can I make that jump? No. Just catching up a chat. Okay. So we need... Oh, buddy. It's kind of awkward to place. Yeah, let's just keep going. Is this one fence? That's one fence. So it's... I'm gonna run out of end rods for sure before this project's done. There's one fence, 2 rods, 2 fences. So this bottom one here, we're just gonna set all of these to 2 fences. No, we can't. 1, 2, 1, 2. Are you 2 rods? You are 2. Yeah, I think I am. We're just gonna set them all to 2 because this is like throwing me off that it's like 1 and then, damn. Well, that's the fear of setting them all to 1 is I won't, or to 2. I won't have a way of getting back up. Not 3. Ugh. Well, now I can't get up. I think I have to, like, land on top of a cactus. I was so close. Oi. Stop. No, I missed the pillar. Major key. Hey there, love your world. Can we get a tour around if you're done doing what you're doing? Yeah, let me run out of end rods first, and then I'll give you a quick tour. We also have a world tour command, but that world tour is very out of date at this point. We've built so much more. Land on an end rod, Nims. It's not hard. a tiny little pillar. Land on it. Easy. Am I good? There's one around that corner that I can't see. There's likely one around that corner as well. Oh, hey, we did this one. Sick. Okay, so this is the point where I run out of end rods. Because I have 9 end rods left, and I need 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 end rods for this next layer. Let's just do what we can. And that's it. That's all we can do. All right. Catching up a chat. Dude, streamers have huge powers over their viewers' Alexas. That's funny. Or like their okay Google. Okay Google, call mom. Imagine a 50K viewer streamer saying Alexa, nothing. I just triggered my own, and then I realized I did, and I was like, wait. Yeah, squeeze that one in. Now I have to explain this to my mom. You're welcome. You haven't talked to your mom recently enough. It's all right. Everyone here should go call their moms. You know what would be a messed up one? I'm trying to think. You almost rickrolled yourself. I did. Okay, Google, call Madre. I don't. No way that works. You played yourself. I can't get in there. This is a problem. I also literally have friends named Madre. Can I squeeze through this? This is a nightmare. Outsmarted you, already plugged in some headphones. Nice. All right, so this is second layer. Done? Yeah, this is just 2 layers. Why not use scaffolding? Because I forgot about scaffolding. I'm so stupid. How could I be this dumb? How much dumbness could be wrapped up in one human being? How could I be this dumb? As an aside, it does seem like it's working very nicely. Look at that. 4 more cactus. I couldn't verify your voice, so I can't do that command. Was what Google Home responded with. Dude, nice. I had to shut off the, this command. I had to shut that off because girlfriend would yell it at me from across the house and it would activate my phone in my pocket. And it was so obnoxious. Ugh. I need more end rods. So it's chorus fruit and blaze powder? Oh, thank God we have a billion blaze powder. Wait, you guys lied to me. Oh God, no! It's a rod, not powder, and I just converted all of my rods into powder. How could there be this much dumbness in one person? Ah! Oh. I'm so dumb. I'm such an idiot. Well, at least I have all this blaze powder for my freaking brewing stands. How do you pop a chorus fruit? Is this just like in? Oh my God, there's glass. Blessed be. Do you smelt it? Can we do one at a time? Can't wait for my BDI sticker. I swear, dude. I swear. I'm so dumb. All right. So a popped chorus fruit plus. Yeah, there it is. Oh, wow. It gives you 4? Now we're gonna go hard. Sure. Wait. We have a thing for this. Except I don't have the inventory to divide them by 6. Okay. I shouldn't have done it that way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're just gonna leave 3 out, I guess. We literally have a thing specifically for doing this. Let's use it. You know, it's kind of... I almost said something, but I don't know if I should say it. Because it's funny to me, but it's also kind of sad at the same time. Yeah. James would understand if I just said it. But it's also kind of making light of a dark situation, so it's aight. Somebody just threw a trident at me. This guy. Do I dare imagine? I was gonna make jokes about how I could say, Alexa, call mom. Okay, Google, call mom. Siri, call mom. And I don't have to worry about my own stuff activating because my mom's dead. So I can do it to you guys, but it won't affect me. And I was like, ooh, but that's a bit dark. No. Yes? Okay. I'm kind of at a point where I don't think I have enough cactus to continue building. Do we have slabs? Yeah. Do we have sand? I mean, kind of. I mean, we have a huge amount of sand, let's be honest. But it's all it's currently earmarked for TNT. Like, sand. Like, it started in my mind as, I don't even have a contact in my phone as mom. I was like, oh yeah. So I could say that, the keyword, call mom, and there's absolutely nothing that it could hit from me. And I was like, ooh, but that's kind of dark. That's kind of dark. I see your hydrate. Thanks for the hydrate. What you have to be worried about is actually accepts and then the phone starts hovering. So what is that? A layer is like 30 a layer? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 4 is 49, so 50 a layer. Well, 49 a layer. I don't know why I said 50 a layer right after we did the math. No, this can't be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 28. I'm so dumb. I did 7 times 7 and not 7 times 4. So dumb. How could so much dumbness be inside one person? I need sand for the glass as well, so nah, I'm not gonna need sand for glass. There's more than one way to skin a cat, and there's more than one way to get sand. By the way, in case you were curious, I have skinned 142 cats in this world. And if anybody asks, it was curiosity that killed the cat. You need to replenish blood sugar to go along with the hydrate? Maybe. But I hate eating on stream. I hate how it sounds. I hate listening to other people eat. So it's like, I want to make the stream that me myself would want to watch. Me myself would want to watch. Is that grammatically correct? Sure, I'm gonna go with it. I'm trying to make the stream that I would want to watch. So that's where I'm at in life. So I think I start making like a staircase system here. So that way I can continue to move this up. No, we just need scaffolding. God, we're so dumb. You guys literally just told me, why don't you go get some scaffolding? And less than 5 minutes later, I had forgotten. Chat room, it hurts sometimes. So we don't need a staircase. That was just me being dumb again. Yeah. $116 is coming out next Tuesday. Oh, we've seen. We know. We're prepping. We're getting ready. What do you think I'm doing right now? I'm getting ready. We're getting so ready. Ready for 116's release. Okay, wait. At this point, don't I make the next cactus set? I actually think I do. I don't think I need jump boost anymore because we're doing this in a way that like a competent human being would build this. So I'm pretending, chat room, right now. I'm an actor and I'm acting like I'm a competent human being. So this is layer 3 out of 5. And I'm out of cactus. Ooh. Help me. I can't handle eating noises in videos. Same revulsion. Good call. Yeah. It's not quite so much the eating noises. Like, I don't mind if we're like at dinner and I hear you crunch down on something, or like you have to take a breath because it's the best burger that you've eaten in your entire life and it's so juicy that like your saliva, you just have to be like, this is so good. Like, I get that. I get it. I like food too, buddy. But like, to just be on stream, I don't know. The idea of it just, I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh. We might not have wanted to place these cacti yet. Cacti? Cactus? Is cactus singular and cacti is plural? I don't know. I'm too dumb to know. I like this way better, because I get to walk back without having to worry. Oh, that's it. Did we get it? Looks good to me. You clear glass. No like. That's a fair sentiment. look, I would have built this entire world out of cobble if people hadn't yelled at me for it. So like, we gotta come to some compromise. By the way, what's going on with copyright on Twitch? I've seen people complain a lot lately. A lot of music DMCAs have gone out. A lot of music DMCAs have gone out. Which has resulted in a lot of videos being deleted and a lot of... I think some people have even gotten temp banned for it. So, are you safe using Lo-Fi Stream as background? Nope, I'm not safe. So, maybe this should be something that like we as a community come together and find out. But there's got to be some sort of like Creative Commons lo-fi out there, right? There's gotta be. I'll use, wait, what? Use vanilla tweaks to make unified glass and it'll look awesome. I could. I plan on giving it corners. Like, I'll probably fill in the corners with like spruce or something. Maybe stone brick. Anybody remember how many layers we're at? I sure don't. Looks like 3. I can count. Not that dumb. I sent you some music on Creative Commons. I saw it. I just haven't looked through it yet because I'm too dumb. Okay, there's a... Wow, we got 2 more. I went from 9 to 11 when I went... I was expecting to go from 9 to 10. Okay, I do have more granite slabs. And more glass. Again, I would have built, you're saying, you and stone brick. I would have built this entire thing out of cobblestone had people not yelled at me for it. Wait, hang on. What is it? F3H? No. What's the command for narrator? Sand. Oh yeah, we are running low on sand. Do I rip sand out of my TNT supply? I think we've kind of agreed that we're not going to be doing TNT anymore. That we're going to do clean, just beds. Okay, I do have some more sand left over. That's good. The only part of copyright being violated is playing music without discrete permission. You're not stealing the music and claiming it as your own. Correct. I don't think we go up another glass layer yet. I think I was wrong to build this. Because I'm gonna run into like range issues with placing stuff. And like bad angles. Okay, good. I got that one down correctly. Okay, so next we want cactus. Oh, I'm out of glass. We'll just go ahead and put it in the fences. I think it'll be all right. Yeah. It's way easier to place this against the stone brick. I was curious if it was. Wow, that almost felt too easy. Like it was so quick. And now we get to place down another 9 cactus. Pretty sick. Yeah, I should have. Whenever everybody was yelling about the cobblestone, I should have just built everything out of dirt instead. Got him. So I think this is layer 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. So we're very close to done. Yeah, and then you guys could have called me Joe Dirt. No, there's already a Joe Dirt in this stream. Jimmy Joe, John James, Wargle Dirt. It was, yeah, okay. I need more glass. Look at how much easier this was with scaffolding. Wow, we're so dumb. Those poor villagers, they died for you to get those shovels for the sand, and you no longer will turn to TNT. Dude, we killed so many villagers. And now we don't even need all the shovels. Well, we did use a good chunk of the shovels, let's be honest. It wasn't in total vain. Just kind of like 80% in vain. Okay, so this will be the last layer here. I think I'm gonna be 1 glass short. Yep. Ooh. I kind of messed up a little bit. I made my end rod placement kind of awkward. and fences. And this should be the last one, actually. Wow, did we accidentally get the perfect height for the walls? Dude, am I actually a genius? No, considering I missed an end rod, I'm actually not a genius. I'm actually just dumb. Just dumb. And then I think we put a roof directly on top of this, yeah? Actually, if we consider that that was 2 blocks taller, isn't this the perfect height to get to the roof? Because we'll go 2 blocks further up and then slab. Wow, dude, I got the height of the wall and the height of the scaffolding exactly precise. Well, I'm completely done with end rods and fences now. Yes, completely done with end rods and fences. Let's see if this guy's any good. He does have some packed ice. We'll buy it. We'll buy it. Fences. End rods. We'll need a bunch of stone brick slabs. I don't have any. You think 75 will be enough? Here's to hoping. Won't need any more scaffolding. Where'd I get a bunch of pumpkins from? No, glass. Glass is what I need. I am going for the low loss version. It's like low loss and compact is why we went with it. Oh yeah, and I also need to go... hide my sins. Oh, we need more cactus. I was like, why does this look weird? Please be 9. It's only 7. We're 2. Oh, hey, we're 1 short. I need one more. I need one more cactus. And then we're good. Well, let's go get these 8 placed. Yeah, cool. Building the cactus farm with the cactus farm. That's exactly what I'm doing. I only started with like 12 cactus, something like that. 14 cactus. And the design that I set out to build calls for 45. And I'm expecting 5 cactus every 3¼ minutes. Which is something like... I don't know, what was the math that we did earlier? Wasn't it like 40 cactus an hour? So 40 experience per hour. So in an 8-hour session, that's like 700 experience. So an overnight. It's not supposed to be the biggest, grandest, fastest thing, but it is supposed to be running all the time and furthering the experience that we generate in the world, helping us push to those all elusive levels. I'm assuming the cactus runs into a furnace and bone meal. Nothing related to bone meal, so I'm not composting my cactus. We use a melon farm to compost the cactus. We use a melon and pumpkin farm for all of the bone meal that we need. That is also hooked up to the iron golem farm, so it's melon, pumpkin, poppies for bone meal. The cactus will just be dedicated to a furnace experience generator. And I think this is the top. It is the top. What's kind of nice about the end rods in this design is it lights it up. So I don't have to worry about like the spawns inside there. Not that I think that there's any spots where something could spawn, but... Am I really going to be like 3 short? I really am 3 short. Needs to be higher. Remember the slab. Oh, we need to go 1 more block up. Are we? Yeah, you're right. Because this is only a solid block of space here. Right? Yeah, it's only 1 block of space. Yep, you're right. We got 1 more layer. I was off by 1 on everything. Does this mean it's done? No, we're 1 layer short. So everything about us being like hyped because we were at the perfect height, I lied. We weren't at the perfect height. We were literally 1 short on everything. Which means I was 1 short on scaffolding, which means I was 1 short on walls, which means I was 1 short on everything. I should have enough regular stone to convert into stone brick in here. Yeah. Nims, I still think there's a way you could try to run a kelp up the sides of it. Would look cool. Maybe. Like surround it with kelp. And so that way it's like a dual use of space. Maybe. Kelp probably one of the best ways to get experience. No. And I can explain this super succinctly. When you smelt kelp, the furnace stores 0.1 experience. So kelp equals 0.1 XP. Cactus equals 1 XP smelted. An Alco company with a 200-bit tip. Overwatch before the stream tomorrow? I mean, maybe, but I've been waking up super late in the afternoon. I woke up at 1 today. So, maybe. We'll just have to keep an eye out on Discord. So anyway, kelp equals 0.1 experience smelted, whereas cactus is 1 experience I can't talk. Smelted. Now, this is a little disingenuous to say that cactus is 10 times better than kelp, because kelp can fit much denser in space, similar to bamboo and sugarcane. Kelp can fit in a much denser area than kelp. Or excuse, kelp can fit in a much denser area than cactus. So the density of kelp in a given cubic space needs to be measured against the density of cactus in the same given cubic space. In which case, I didn't do the math because to me it seems super obvious, but maybe we do the math at some point. I didn't do the math of a kelp in a given cubic space versus cactus in a given cubic space. I did not do that math. However, I think it with a 10-to-1 ratio of kelp to cactus, then kelp would need to be 1/10 the size of a cactus farm. But again, that's not entirely accurate either, because kelp grows much faster. So what the real answer is cubic space. So, XYZ space, cubic space per kelp, or per, I don't know, what you would call it, per greenie. I'm gonna call them greenies because kelp and cactus are both green. Cubic space per greenie against time to grow against experience smelted. Okay, and that's what the true comparison between the two will be. So I don't know what the cubic space per greenie is. I haven't done the math. So we still don't know if we assign values to those, like A, B, and C, right? And I believe it should literally just be A times B times C. But it might be a little bit more complicated math than that. But whatever, if we say cubic space per greenie is A, versus time to grow is B, versus experience smelted is C, right? So we know that, and then you would just take A times B times C for cactus, and then compare to that to ABC for kelp. And that would then tell you which one is better to smelt. And that's why, and that's the true answer. But even that has some external factors that make it hard to compare as well. So there is an unknown factor, so it's ABCX that I'm going to add in there, where X is total fuel needed. So if you just look at ABC, you're assuming that you have perfectly infinite fuel. But infinity fuel is kind of like, it's not, you would have to build a gigantic bamboo farm, an absolutely absurdly large bamboo farm to scale with kelp all the way up. Whereas you can literally build a bamboo farm that is 1/10 that size. No, because it's not that simple. You would be able to build a much smaller. We'll just go with that. You could build a much smaller bamboo farm to smelt the same experience worth of cactus. So that's the real answer. And I said, hell with the math. I'm not gonna do it. Cactus requires less fuel for the same amount of experience. So I'm gonna go, because I don't want to have to build a giant bamboo farm, I just went with cactus because I know its experience will be decent for what it's able to provide. That makes sense? Are there zero-tick kelp farms? It doesn't matter the answer to that question because all zero-tick farms are being patched out in 1.16. So, the real answer, like most things in life, is much more complicated than, I need fences and walls. Much more complicated than it would seem. A cactus needs 4 tall, 2 wide, 2 deep space when it's counted in your farm setup. It's not entirely true because that assumes infinite. Those numbers assume infinite cactus, but at some point you need to just have air and then a wall, which would mess with the cubic block calculation for figuring out the space. I don't know if I explained that well enough. The more cactus you have, the better the ratio of cactus to cubic space needed is, because this outer area is always just dead. And the simple formula that you provided does not account for this outer buffer of air and glass. So it's, again, like all things, it's close, but it's not true accurate. And the same problem exists for kelp too. I said I needed fences and walls. I don't need 2 stacks, just 1 stack should do. .4 blocks by 2 by 2? No, it's not 2 by 2. Because if you were to say 2 by 2, then all that's accounting for is this cactus and these 3 blocks here. So you'd have 1, 2 by 1, 2. But what about all these air blocks over here? Right? You need to count those as well. But, so it's kind of like it's a 4 block by, I don't know, 3 by 3, but that's not true either, because when you're in the middle of the farm, then it's almost like you only need a 1 by, because all of its neighbors provide the blocks necessary. So it's actually a bunch of decimals is what the true answer is. It's probably more like something like, and it scales. The more cactus you have, the smaller the decibel gets. So you can't just say how, and by the way, this is, once we get these in here. So it's unique to the farm. You would have to just do a simple calculation of like, how many blocks, what's the total overall volume of space, look at how many cactus are inside that space, well, not the overall volume, you would check, yeah, it just depends on how big you make the cactus farm. Trying to explain this is really tough while also trying to build. There is no one correct answer because every time you expand or shrink the farm, the ratio becomes different. So whatever your ratio is, it should be proportional to the overall size of the farm, in which case it needs to constantly be able to fluctuate. It needs to look at the overall size of the farm, and that's not something that you can readily type into chat. That makes sense? Yeah, that makes sense. So you could probably figure out the blocks needed for this specific farm. That's knowable. But like, for just flatly describing the total blocks required for every cactus farm that's ever going to exist, that's not. I'm really 4 blocks short. You would have to have a few letter characters in the equations. Yes. Yeah. It's such a complicated thing to try to explain, like, ratios of blocks against the total overall, like, is it cubic or is it volumetric? Or are those just the same things with different words? Doesn't matter. I didn't go to school, chat room. I'm not smart. I'm dumb. It's something about the ratio of the number of... 5, cool. It's something about the overall number of cactus to the size of the farm, of which both would be variable. I get it. With a single cactus, the blank areas of that one cactus is 6 extra columns of air, but for a 10 by 10 farm, it's 21. Right. So your ratio went from 6 to 1 to 1 to 0.2. So like, that's the hard part, is that one cactus, it's an awful ratio, but the bigger you make the cactus farm, the better the ratio gets. So yeah, you got it. And there's our done cactus farm. That's, I mean, maybe we do something in the corners, but that's a done cactus farm. That actually was a lot easier to build than I originally expected. How's it look from the drown farm? That's kind of neat. It's kind of cool. It definitely increases like the profile of our base. Maybe it detracts a little bit from the Darkroom Mob Farm. We really should put something on the other side here to even it out, though. Maybe we do end up putting the kelp on the other side. Even if we transport the kelp all the way over here, maybe we put the kelp on the other side just so that way it's roughly balanced. I hate jump boost. I mean, we're already at half a stack. So it is ready, provided that we don't have a bunch of junk just sitting in bad spots. Yeah, this is the hopper that I'd be concerned about, the bad spots. Okay, time to shut off the beacon. See you later, Great Calf. Have a good night, man. Have a good Father's Day. People get paid 40K a year teaching algebra like this? I mean, I didn't teach it very well, clearly, so... I definitely don't deserve it. Using the cactus to kill cactus. Is that, like, mildly cannibalistic? Is the cactus, in that sense, eating the other cactus? Yeah, we could just dump those, I don't care. Please, I was smarter when I was like 8 years old than I am now. TBH, you explain things better than most of my college teachers. That's kind of sad. See, so it's gonna go. We have the fence gate that's stopping the water stream. So the water streams are all lined up, so that way they all lead into the center block. We use a fence gate to then open up the water, so that way it can drop down. There's a water stream below that I like how it swirls like it's getting flushed. There's a water stream below that moves that dropped item over into this position, so down here. There's another water stream, not this one, but there's another water stream that's embedded here that then goes into a, that goes over our barrel, over a hopper, which that hopper leads into the barrel. If that hopper and barrel are full, then it will skip the hopper. Obviously, the hopper can't pick it up. So then it keeps going, goes up a bubble elevator over here, and then we can see now, can I teleport? What is this hole? Okay, one that should be filled in. Then the cactus would continue down this stream, where it would be picked up by this hopper, and where it would wait until the redstone behind said, well, it would go into this hopper, which leads it into this hopper, but it's the same thing. Where the redstone behind either tells it that yes, you are good to get smelted, or no, wait until we have more fuel. That's basically what all this system back here says. Yeah, and then, so it just chills there until the system says that. So then it's either chilling, and then once enough fuel comes in, which it comes from the bamboo farm, and then it's picked up by that hopper through the honey block. It's a very clever system. So once we have enough fuel, it would open up this hopper, and you can see that this line is actually off, so we do have enough fuel. It would open this up, and it would then allow the cactus to be smelted in the furnace, and then we need to do something with the output. Ooh. Yeah! So we need just a smart dispenser into a cactus, and then it's done, right? Come Tuesday, how many bits for you making Netherite first? Oh. Oh. That would be evil, dude. I would be evil. I don't know, because I feel bad about putting, because I'm like, how much Because it feels money grubby to put a price on it. You tell, okay, here, we'll do it this way. You tell me a number, and I'll say if that number would make me another right hoe first. Yeah? So like, obviously, $1,000. Yeah, oh, dude, I'm making a hoe first. $1. No, I'm not gonna make a hoe first. Right? So clearly there's a number between like 1 and 1,000 where I would make a hoe first. But like, to try to figure out that number makes me feel very guilty. So I'm just not gonna try to figure out that number. And maybe 1,000 isn't even a good example. Let's say like between 1 and 1,000,000. But like, obviously 1,000 would. Obviously like 500 would. There's some obvious things, right? $2. No, I would not make a netherite hoe first for $2. $2.50. No. Okay, so I need I might actually already have this stuff. I just need sand, don't I? So we're making a smart dispenser. And I was gonna be like, oh, I need to go get some cactus, but the cactus I need will be out of the farm. Look at this. Boom. $20. So the problem that I have is if it was a 1 viewer stream, then yes, I would for $20. But it's not a 1 viewer stream. So that's kind of the hesitation there. So like, I almost, in my mind, I would be like, one person this amount, but like collectively, oh my God, 666 bits. Well played. Like one person a medium amount and collectively a high amount. But because it's a collective high amount, it would be less per person. You feel? $3. James. Yeah, he got it. $3. You still got the jump scare on 666 bits? I don't think so. I think I remembered to turn it off. I had the jump scare on the $6 alert for the longest time. Ender chests. Do not go inside ender chests. That's how you know someone's dumb. Dropper facing down. Do you think I could get the... Where the hell is it? Do you think that I could get the redstone? I'm just looking at the space that I have. Because I could either take this hopper to the back, or I could take it straight down. I think down is a little bit cleaner. Right? And then it just becomes a... Oh, I also need a string. Nobody reminded me to get a string. But you know what they say, $20, it's $20. No, I can't do it. If it were, like I said, if it were a 1 viewer stream, probably. But it's not 1 viewer. I don't want to derail the entire stream for one person that was like, yeah, I got $20. Wait, is netherite? actually that hard to find. It's supposed to be, yeah. It's supposed to be very, very hard to find. It should be like 3 redstone dust, a comparator, a repeater, and some granite. I'm gonna go this way. I think that's it. Is that a smart dispenser? Looks good to me. What about like 100 hoe goal? Oh God. Yeah, probably. If it was a collective effort, I think I would accept 100 collective to make another right hoe first. Did you bring another pick? I see your level went down. Nah, I made a trident. We were playing around with tridents the other day. I don't even know where the hell I put my trident. There he is. I made a trident. Yeah. I didn't pick up my stuff yet, did I? No. So let's manually smelt a tiny, tiny, tiny amount of cactus. You know what? I didn't check and see if that was my Silk Touch pick before I mined that ender chest. But it's aight. I mean, so this should just immediately start going. And we know that we've got all the bamboo in the world because the bamboo farm has been running for forever and we just set up the cactus farm. So we should be good there. And now once this finishes, we should see this redstone flip and a cactus die be shot out. Yep. Perfect. Okay. Well, we did it, Chow Room. We did it. There's a fully automatic bamboo cactus experience furnace. Yeah. There has to be a second $100 goal of breaking the hoe. And then what? What are you gonna say? Like a third goal or a third goal? Yeah, a third goal of then enchanting it with Unbreaking 3. I'd have to build a machine. I'd have to build a machine. And even then, I don't know how long it would take the machine to do it. Yeah. Strongest hoe of them all. No, come out. Maybe I should have pushed my farmers into zombies a little bit more, because that would have made a lot of these trades a lot easier. Oh, yeah, I guess we want. Yeah, that's fine. There's not gonna be room in there. Oh, I guess we're done with that too. I can buy some glass. We're always low on glass. Your base is actually getting so complicated. Yeah, dude, I love it. But that's why I have to take such care when it comes to lag. Like, people are like, why are you so concerned about the difference between a sign and, like, just putting a block up to denote something? Like, why not use item frames in here? Let me shut off captions real quick. Like, look at my world TPS. That's why. And, like, all of the complexity that we're layering into this is, I can't have a single thing spike in complexity and then, like, crash my world. Exactly, you catch my drift properly. I catch your drift, but I don't know if I enjoy your drift. TF Nick, as I hope I would. No, don't, no! Live for me instead. I like that much better. Either way, I do appreciate the sentiment. Have a nice day. You too. Press F3 and escape. I actually have no idea what F3 escape does. Pause without pause menu? Oh. Yeah, you could just disable pausing, so pause on lost focus. So I mean, we're at the point of, we get 5.5, let's say. 5.5 cactus every 3.25 minutes, which is 3 minutes and 15 seconds, right? And it's not, yeah, every 3.25 minutes. So if we take calculator, and then we say we want 3.25 minutes divided by 5.5, no. Stop. No, yeah, that should be right. Divided by 5.5. What does that give us? Somewhere in there, we should be able to figure out the cactus per minute. It should be like 3 times less, right? So 5.5 divided by 3.25. Yeah, so it's let's call it 1.7. We're gonna do some rounding. 1.7 cactus a minute. So then it's really simple to say, actually, we don't even need to do that. We could say 5.5 divided by 3.25, and then just take that number, and that's cactus per minute, and then we multiply that by cactus per hour, and so now we get 101 cactus per hour, which directly turns into 101 experience per hour. It's not the highest rate farm ever, but it should be able to, I mean, so then if you think it's an 8 hour, so it's basically 100 experience an hour if we get rid of some of our rounding. So 100 experience an hour, and then you take, you know, a normal 8-hour AFK session, maybe more like 10, because you go to sleep for 8 hours, but then you're not at your computer for probably 10 whenever you go to sleep. You don't like literally just set it up and then immediately pass out. So say that it's more like a 10-hour AFK session. So you come back and you get like 1,000 experience overnight. That makes sense to me. And then 1,000 experience overnight would basically be a full repair on a mending tool. And then it definitely augments the experience that we generate in this world. I like it. How much experience per level? There is no experience chart that goes to 388, 389. So I don't know what the experience per level is at this point. I know it's quite hard. Don't furnaces have a max XP holding amount? Wait, do they? Furnaces, Minecraft. Wait, let's AFK in this room so we get experience at the same time. Experience. Yeah, but how much? I've calculated experience per level. It's an exponential function. Right, I knew that. And kind of rounded and not exact. Right. I don't see anything in here that says that there's a maximum amount of experience. I mean, realistically, what we could find out is we could just AFK for like an 8-hour session, and if there's not 800 experience inside of it, then clearly there's a cap. Either way, with this being complete, so it's 100 cactus per hour, which is basically a stack and a half. So then it's a question of how many. Hey Alexa, 27 divided by 1.5.
27 divided by 1.5 is 18.
So it'll take about 18 hours to fill this thing up. Actually, it's more like 32. Alexa, 32 divided by 1.5.
32 divided by 1.5 is 21.3333.
21 hours to fill the entire thing up with cactus. If our math is all correct. Who knows? Again, this wasn't designed to be the most effective thing. It's a relatively small cactus farm in like the grand scheme of things. But it gets the job done. And we'll also have to come in here and do a bunch of cleanup. This redstone's not quite done yet. There's supposed to be, oh god, that's right. This smart hopper or smart dispenser might need to get moved. Yeah, it's probably gonna have to get moved. Would you prefer Siri or OK Google? I don't know. It just depends. Thanks for making my smart home device I'm not gonna say it again, Maddie. So that way it doesn't trigger a second time. Thanks for making my smart home device go off at 2:45 in the morning. You're welcome. And you know what, with that, I think I'm at a point in this game where we can take a long AFK session, stock up on cactus. Wait, do I have any other cactus in my world? Because we now have a dedicated cactus chest. No, it'd be in this one. Okay, we do not. Yeah. It can hold infinite experience, but the number of orbs might freeze the game. Are you sure about that? Well, again, it shouldn't be too bad. As long as we never crash the game, right? Right. And with that, I think this is going to be where we call it a stream. Chat room, you are fantastic. I'm going to definitely be AFKing overnight this time at the fishing farm. So that way we're triggering both the experience farm, the skeleton experience farm, the fishing farms experience, and now our furnace experience farm. So we're gonna be getting 3 sets of experience while we AFK. It's gonna be amazing. I gotta give a shout out to Echo Company, Zach, Yorkie Bar, Ona, The Yolk, let's see, Lucky Puppy, Turnip, freaking Candy Rabbits, Spire. You guys are all awesome. Thanks for the love and support tonight. I really do appreciate it. We will be back. We will be back. Same time, same place, tomorrow night. So much love, chat room. I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, I saw a question. Nims, did you know you can change what Alexa voice command is like hey computer, or a few other options? It's in the app settings somewhere. I did not know that. I might look into it. Okay, I'm off. Thank you guys very much. We will be back same time, same place tomorrow night. Join the Discord, follow the stream. See you tomorrow.